Welcome back, everybody, for week 9 of NECC Rainbow Six Siege. I'm Treasure. I'm joined here by the absolutely handsome Wealku. How are you doing, Wealku?
I'm good. Thank you for the compliment, Trez. I mean, we're
You're very
a
welcome.
couple of well-to-do, good-looking men here on the cast. So today, last week of regular season. So we're going to see where all the chips lie. Obviously, in our Discord, we had an announcement. We don't have all of the match records yet, the score records, so we don't know exactly how things are going to line up, unfortunately. But at the least, we do have most of them. And I can say for certain with this matchup, there is actually a spot in contention for that bottom of the playoffs. This is going to be for the Challengers division, the middle division that we have here in NECC. It's going to be between Fanshawe Fuel and Marion University. And Fanshawe are the ones in six right now, and every map counts because we go by map differential first.
Yeah, so they're kind of fighting against the time right here. They're definitely in a spot where if they're able to win quickly in a 2-0 over Marion, and another one of their opponents is able to lose and or have fewer maps at least, they have that chance of making it into playoffs and continuing their season at this point. Marion University is, however, going to be pretty much out of it here at this point. So they're playing for just continuing to spruce up that match record from the season, but they have had a little bit rough of the season coming up to this point, right, Wes?
Indeed. Let's take a look at these rosters, see who's on these teams. And, if this is the end of the season, we'll see if it's the end for some of these players, as there might be some seniors. If we're looking at Marion, though, the highest they have is a junior. Everyone else is a freshman. So for the junior, it's getting close to the end. But these freshmen, that might be part of why they're struggling this season. They are all new. So plenty of room to grow. And for none of them, it will be the last season, at least in the NECC.
Yes, that is nice to see right there. The roster that we have going with us today, I see Zyrox, Claws, Thwapper, Boy, and Pains. I did it a little bit from the bottom this time, keep you guys guessing.
Yeah, that was good. Kept me guessing too. On the other side, though, let's take a look at Fanshawe Fuel, see who they are rocking. We might see them in playoffs again as we see how things unfold. They have a tied record. And I said map comes first, but that's after you have a tied match record. And at this point, it's pretty clear that they would. That's why I mentioned maps. You see Perza, Copper Tiger 34, Pineapple, the Rabbit Hole, Snake Bruh. So some interesting names. A lot of young faces here, though. We see a sophomore as the oldest one here. Everyone else is a freshman. So both rosters having four freshmen in the lineup shows us that there is a lot of potential.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of those, well, just like you said, we're going to be looking at next semester and the further semesters for how these rosters are going to continue doing. And we'll see how things shake up potentially in their activation matches for next season. See if they end up maybe in different divisions, if that's maybe a little more what's suiting for some of these teams, or if just that additional season under their belts is going to be a big change, especially if some of the other teams have sort of ended up with fewer players on their teams right there. But we also have the maps all prepped up, so we can take you guys through what we have lined up for today.
So best of threes here in NECC until you get to the grand finals of playoffs, all the way through until the end there, and then it's the best of five. But here, Bank Chalet got band. Then we see the two maps are Clubhouse and Coastline, and then Villa, Oregon are banned out to get us to the final map of Cafe. Now, obviously, there needs to go one map a piece to get to that third map. We'll see if we get there, but at least for sure, Clubhouse and Coastline.
Yeah, Clubhouse, that's our community favorite, just about. Often labeled as a really common scrim map, or the scrim map is where just more gameplay happens. It tests a lot more, and it's a nice way of making sure that everyone on your team is on the same page and able to stay coordinated and find their objectives throughout the rounds. Coastline is a little bit different in that way. It's a lot looser, freer flowing. It's got fewer really necessary objectives, and we'll be able to get right into the clubhouse right off the start.
Yeah, looking at the map, or excuse me, the operator bans, we'll be seeing Fanshawe on defense to get the first ban of an attacker. We want to mention that attacker repick is in the game now. We've talked about it a little bit, but kind of came halfway through our season. The new season of Siege came out. They call them seasons, right? So the new operator in the lineup is not going to be allowed in this season, but at least we will see in playoffs some more things opening up as well as the map pool actually will change between now and then and a couple weeks when playoffs start. We'll have some different maps available to these teams. But these bans coming in through so far, there's nothing too surprising except for perhaps that Cali ban. That's obviously not someone that you would see banned very often, as she's a very niche pick. You'd probably see someone like a Maverick or a hard breacher more often banned.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting one, but she does get used sometimes with teams that are a little less comfortable with, say, Mav tricking, or if they're a little more concerned about dealing with the Kaid charges. Maverick does stay on the board, though, so that's going to make him pretty important for removing what we assume is going to be bandit batteries, which are really important both in the CCTV and cache rooms, as well as over by Jacuzzi Wall on the other side of the map when defending gym and bedroom.
Look at the starting lineups. We do see that it is going to be that CC cash defense, like we have seen on the board. This lineup is not really indicative of that necessarily. You see Castle brought, oftentimes he's brought for that in bedroom defense, but I have seen more and more teams just bring him on every bomb site, and it's really interesting. Now, the Rook pick is the one I was looking at. Like, that's just odd, right? You don't see him brought in the
I'm
lineup
actually
very
not against
often,
the Rook.
but I'm not
Uh,
against it. Long
Yeah, I
angles.
like him for attic actually in the garage balcony because he brings that 2 times sight and it's going to consistently be a really long angled point. That is a place that you would usually want to have your Wamai in because he's able to hold it for a really long time since his magnets they catch grenades and they're going to keep regenerating throughout the round. So he'll have more to bring the longer he stays there. Makes it a really hard to uproot position right there until you can just actually find Wamai's head. But Rug does a good job there as well because the 2 times sight on the MP5 makes it real easy to take long sightline fights as well as it makes it easier for him to stay alive through those frag grenades. And there are 2 sets of them that Marion is bringing.
Church, did you catch that there is a buff potentially coming to Bandit soon?
Yeah, putting multiple on one wall, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So if one's Thatcher, you don't have to like shoot it and then put one down. You can actually put both of them on at the same time. And we know that they made a change recently that these bandit charges do not destroy team utility, so it wouldn't destroy its own another bandit charge, just like it doesn't destroy an ADS that's on the wall. But and I guess that grenade is going to come through, and there's no Midas to catch it, so that's going to allow them to get the bandit charges off of the wall, and it's going to be easily opened up here within the first minute. This is pretty normal. Usually, it doesn't take teams that long to get it opened up. Now, there's obviously exceptions to that rule, but the peek coming through from the window, just angling on the catwalk there to get the right shot, and that is going to be a kill onto Thwapper Boy. That is the ace, but their job's already done, so it's not the worst loss on the side of the attack. And then the refrag comes through from Frosta onto Shrimp Father. That's going to even things up.
Yeah, that's a bold place here for the one mind taking the first pick off of Ace and immediately looking to peek CC wall. That's kind of a dangerous spot here. It looks like there is still
Oh,
soft wall
one
down
tap.
at the bottom of Garage, so a big kill for Frosta is going to take out the Wamai and open up some more lines of sight there. They're going to remove the Valkyrie Cam, and another player on the defense gets removed as well.
Gotta be careful here with C4s in the pocket of two of these players. Could easily do plant denial in the later parts of the round. If they're still alive, you saw the Valk is the one below, so could easily C4 right next to the bomb chassis, which is the default plant position. So that's something these attackers are going to have to be aware of. You're going to see one on the outside of the breach. That's going to go down and rotate into the garage, I think, potentially here. Usually you want someone watching from that breach that they have created out on the balcony. They don't have anyone there any longer, so that's an interesting decision. You do see the peaks from below. Payne's trying to find the angle and then gets downed on the staircase with the diffuser. That's going to be the Valkyrie creeping up and getting that down. It's going to buy a little bit more time for these defenders. And then another shot, extra thick on a tear here. That's claws off the board and a down onto another player. Leaves only Icy left in the 1v3.
Those are some really big picks right there. Suddenly the flank has fallen out from beneath Marion, and oh well, so will Icy. Perza hopping right out the window there, or hopping to the window to find that side as soon as he heard that barricade getting knocked in. The defense really coming from behind there. I mean, really big plays from our Valkyrie there.
Yeah, really good timing to peek in, and no one was watching for it. I was mentioning before that the person below could, disrupt the plans of the plant by C4ing, but in this case, it wasn't even the C4, it's just the peaks coming through. And I think that they had created that angle themselves through the soft wall down below the rafters. I think that was the Zofia, and they did get a kill off of it, but then it's used against them there in the final moments of that round. Now the defense going to switch bomb sites, going to go to the basement hold, and this is one where commonly you see two ways of holding it. Right, you're going to see the heavy roam game and perhaps an SSG style roam at that, but otherwise you normally see just a bunker down with maybe a little bit of lurking.
Yeah, and this lineup does really suit that pretty well. They've got the drone denial and just some all-round stuff. The Valkyrie being up is going to be something that we're going to see pretty consistently throughout this match. She's really strong and does lend towards more of those heavier roam layouts from the defense. And with Extra Thick Ella already bringing Valkyrie out 2 times in a row, finding the 3K last round as well, I think that's pretty indicative towards comfort with that just strong gun and obviously happiness with the utility that she brings.
Indeed, you cannot be unhappy with Valkems on the table, right? I mean, you would be a fool not to bring her. You would think some teams manage without, even when she's around, but oftentimes, as you mentioned, it would be the right choice to bring her. There's so much intel just going to be gathered on those cams, and now that they've been made to be placed inside, you can't throw them outside any longer, else they will obviously just no longer be useful for you. That's going to allow you to actually have more placements inside, and I think personally, I consider it a buff. Now, see, Brendote, that's an interesting Brendoct. That's an interesting name. I think that might be a name change or a sub being in the lineup. Now that I'm thinking about it, after we went over those rosters earlier, but they're going to be contesting here, and that's going to be extra thick with a C4 kill right off the bat. Only a minute in, and Banshee will have the opening engagement.
Yeah, that's really nice for them right now. And especially with a minute gone already for the offense, they're doing their due diligence. They've opened up dirt. They got pressure on the first floor and kitchen. But losing that first player and a minute of the time, even being able to barricade off dirt right here, has bought a lot for them. And that's going to be that sixth man for them in the late round if the attackers are able to get that far. There's a breach of the attack right here. Sensors are going off, and Frost finds one on the defense to even things up. So that's exactly the start that the attacks needs.
Well, it's Brendo dead. It's the Wamai. That would be some discs probably lost as well. It does take some time for those to all spawn in, but at least a couple of them were thrown out. Now, this dirt push is looking like it's in tandem with a hatch drop potentially from Kitchen. Do you see Shrimp Father, though, above? Hasn't been cleared out yet, and that could be huge potential here. Now, the angle above is actually opened up. You see the impact was already used, so could look down at Kitchen. That's where the Fuse is playing, but opted not to do so. So we'll see if that comes back to haunt them or if it's the wise move. But there's Icy finding Perza. A nice shot from Copper Tiger is going to get the shot onto Icy. The refrag is available for Fan Shot, but the peak's coming through. Moto doesn't actually finish off that kill, but Frosted does manage to eventually find it. The plant is coming through, so that drop down did happen. Extra Thick Ella getting the kill on to Frostus, so that's going to make it a 2v2 post plant situation. Extra Thick is on a Terra, 3K in the round, taking out Claws. Now it's a 2v1. They're trying to find the last man, and they do so in the dirt tunnel. That's going to allow the defuse to come through, and Fanshawe find their second one of the night, the second one in a row.
That patience looked like it was going to be paying off for Marion University for a moment, being a little slower. They got a couple picks in a row as they began to execute, even getting the plant down. But Extra Thick Ella, 2 3Ks in a row to open up the first 2 rounds. That's a really great place to be for Fanshawe.
It's a great place. Now, the only downside to that is you are relying on one player to step up, and sometimes that works out. That's great. But I think most coaches would agree that that can happen game to game, map to map. But if that's a consistent thing, like in Pro League, we saw Citizen carrying many times, always, almost always having good games, but still the team did not have very successful season or year, really. And in this case, we know Fanshawe, they're fighting here for that 6th seed so they can actually make it into playoffs. The first 2 seeds will have a bye, and so they won't be in a position to earn that bye, but they can at least squeak their way into the playoffs in general. But, that makes you question how much has it been relying on one player, such as Extra Thick Ella here, to get those kills. Now, this is a matchup where we're not going to do too much hypothesis like that. I don't want to downplay the success that they are having, but it would be something to watch out for because if they can shut one player down and that's the player you rely on, could come back to haunt you later.
Yeah, the thing I really like about that though is that Extra Thick L is actually playing rather conservatively for someone who's getting big kills for their team. Actually, waiting for those opportunities to present themselves as opposed to trying to make them on his own. Oh no! And as soon as I say that, he's gonna be proving me wrong by getting too aggressive, actually, and getting shot from a window. So with that first kill from Icy, taking the first kill from Extra Thick Ella as well, that's a great place for Marion University to be right now. And they're immediately going for that wall. They're probably gonna be doing the exact same thing we saw before, opening up. Oh no, that's the thermite right there. They want to put down a grenade to take out the bandit battery. It was one of those charges lost though.
I'm uncertain, I'll be honest. I didn't quite catch that, but either way, they're gonna get the wall up, and they have the Maverick. It just might
Yeah.
cost them, and it looks like they're gonna go at least with one of them to get that opened up, and they do. So that's gonna be Jacuzzi wall opened up. You mentioned though the conservative plays from Extra Thick Ella, and then they're the first pick here, so it's kind of funny. I think you cast your curse with them, but we're also gonna get the kill onto Shrimp Father to help Marion further, trying to secure their first round in this matchup. But they've already lost 2 rounds in a row, but they're in two-man advantage here in the 5v3. The peek out from Perza, though, is going to try and net something. It doesn't, though. Icy, in fact, is going to be the one to get a kill onto Copper Tiger. So Marion are in a really good position here.
Yeah, that was a ballsy C4 right there, especially when you know that someone's watching you. Perz is in a nice power position, just has to make sure not to over peak and lose it. Oh no, Brendo going down here. Also to Ice, who's been doing great right this round. Haynes gets the plant down once again. This time, it's going to be much better fated. Perz has managed to stay alive over here on the stairs, but with his location well known and actually the suboptimal angle on the lean right net there, Icy just continues to find him first.
Yeah, quad kill for Icy in that round. Can't understate that. We saw 2 triple kills from the other team that was Extra Thick Ella. Now, on the other side, someone stepping up to the plate and trying to deliver their own heroic plays here. In this case, Icy on the sledge, pushing in, getting the opening kill, I believe, and then carrying it further into the end of the round. Now, that is the third site. That is the tertiary site, right? So it's going to be the weakest bomb site normally for most teams. That's kind of the order you go in for a reason. Uh, Obviously, there used to be a little bit more mind games, or you might go to a different bomb site. But I think with the attacker repick, the fact that they can change their entire lineup, it doesn't net you anything as a defense to go to another bomb site trying to play games like that because they can just switch and match it. So I think we will see from here on out probably just consistently the best 2 sites will be played first, and then to go to that last bomb site that they're not so sure about. But they're back into the first one that they had won back in CCTV and Cash, and they had played it pretty well. As you mentioned, they were really conservative. They just held angles. We saw a little bit of aggression coming out from the Wamayan Rafters. Did net the kill onto the player outside. It was the ace onto the balcony there through the hard breach that they'd opened up. But it really came down to the player of Thick Ella just pushing up and getting those kills in garage.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big flank, and flanks aren't something you can always rely on. There are a lot of cameras on the defense here, so they're gonna have a lot of uh, knowledge to be working off of. Once again, they're bringing that castle that you noted before is generally a good value operator to bring to the team. Oh, the C4. Ah, it misses a mark. It might have actually gone over the edge of the balcony here and totally
That's not
missed
gonna
out.
be
Is
in
that going to
time.
be another bandit trick? Oh, no, not
No.
quite. And Versus is going to go down, kill himself in the effort to try and find that bandit trick, which is just so close. And once again, Brendo is watching that angle. It's a pretty tight one, especially when you're going up against opponents with ACOGs, and you don't want to be losing. Oh, yep, exactly as I say it. And now with that 2 to 5, this is looking like a rough spot for Fanshawe to be at. The pressure is really up there for them to try and get through this map as fast as they can.
It's kind of nuts to think about. This is only a minute into the round. They're already in a 2v5, and the swing coming through. They don't win on the shield. Icy going to take them out, and then the player at the top is going to get the refrag, but instantly Pains pushes through the breach, gets the kill at the top of red there. That was Fanshawe falling a second time in a row. Now the round is even up at 2 apiece. And Fanshawe, they're kind of looking for a little bit of life after these last 2 rounds have slipped away. They've lost early engagements, has let the man count just slip further and further away. It was not really that close in these last 2 rounds. They're hoping for a resurgence.
It looks like a bit of a confidence check, Wes. I gotta say, rounds 1 and 2 look so strong for Fanshawe College, and round 3 we saw Extra Thick Ella run out, and you see the first 2 picks go before really any setup had happened for the actual attack itself, and suddenly they're going to be able to just cruise through the rest of the round. Marion University just needing to make sure that they don't lose too many players. That way they can get to the end part of the round where just having more numbers is going to give you the win. So it's Fanshawe College engaging fights where they don't need to. You're on defense. You want to be holding angles where you know you'll win when your opponent pushes up. You have more information to work off of, especially with all of those cams. So there's no need to be getting that aggressive.
And it's just some experience things, I would say too. The angle was going to be a player on rappel, and you saw the Wamai was angling it higher. They're looking for maybe the crouch level or even the standing head level height, and that was not where the player was. They're on the rappel waiting for that, so they bait him into it. The other thing was that bandit charge or the bandit trick attempted. It was far too late. That thermite charge is already going off. You have to know the timing on it, and they just didn't play their life there. They decided I think I can get it. And, an experienced player, I think, would probably have known a little bit more about the timing there, knowing that was a lost cause. Don't lose your life to that. And then they die from the thermite charge itself just blowing them up. So that was
Yeah, I gotta
unfortunate.
say, I've died to a dozen too many thermite charges to ever go for them when you think it might happen. It's just not worth it. Having a life is worth so much more than gambling on a thermite charge. It's just not worth so much. First kill comes out here once again for Extra Thick Ella, looking to kind of bring things back into really his limelight because he's still sitting at 8-2 despite losing quite early his life on the last 2 rounds. But as Swapper Boy gets control up here in Kitch and getting a pick on Shrimp Father, sets the Maestro off. That's the one you really don't want to be losing so early. And with Perza down as well, his gadget at least is fix and forget.
It's unfortunate they're not aware of the angles, and this is another one. They just fall to it. You see Frosta getting another kill onto Brendo. You had seen another pickup before that. So now it's all on to Extra Thick Ella. In a 1v4 situation, this is going to be a very hard ask. The plant coming through, they sing the head, but they're not landing the shot. They a little bit of potato there. It's unfortunate. They find Frosta, though, trying to rotate towards Memo. And they're not able to do much else here, though, as they have to locate the bodies. There seems to be a Velcam in place, but the knife coming through because the shots didn't land on the head. The Viper Boy is going to take that one. That's going to be another round in a row, 3 in a row now for Marion. They're now in the advantage for the first time in this matchup. And that's Fanshaw losing another defense. That is something that you cannot be happy with. Maybe a tactical timeout here to have some, or a strategic timeout here to just have a conversation. Not sure if they're going to use it or not, but either way, they could at least engage in conversation. This is your last round of defense. You have to make something happen here. You do not want to go down 4-2 when you start on defense on Clubhouse.
Especially after showing that you can hold such a confident defense on these same objectives. Like, it's just gonna be an uphill battle to have to be attacking at a deficit. The defense definitely has an advantage if you're just playing it pretty standard. I mean, like the stats don't lie. The defense is more likely to win on Clubhouse. It's defensive sided. It's pretty comfortable. You don't have to do too much to make it work. This time they're having a bit of a lineup change. We're going back to basement for a second try at this one, so it's actually quite a bit of roster changes. No more Maestro this time. We've got a Castle. We've got a Goyo.
Well, I don't blame him for moving away. I will say that the Maestro was found out from the hatch, it seemed like, of Kitchen. I'm pretty positive. And that tells
Yeah.
me that they were playing in an area that they were not aware was available through that angle of the hatch. So to me, that's just, again, a little bit of experience. Hopefully they pick it up. But also that angle in blue, just playing on generator, did not know the angle towards oil pit well enough and gets taken out. So this is a couple things, again, coming back to the experience. And it's a learning curve, obviously. This is Siege, one of the hardest games, I believe, to learn. And it takes a long time to get good at it. It takes a long time to know those angles. I mean, how would you know unless you've kind of lost your life to it? Probably more than once,
Yeah.
in fact. So I think that that's something to watch out for. Fanshaw, hopefully they've learned their lesson a little bit. The other thing is the lack of presence denying this map control from above. They're not really anchoring in the way that you would expect a traditional anchor to go. And so it's not really netting them a lot, and they're losing map control too quickly.
Yeah, Perza wanted a reprisal of that C4 kill from last round. Doesn't get to quite find it. I don't know if finding damage on some feet either. Flapper Boy moves on after opening up the hatch and finds that first kill, but Brendo finds that one defending generator this time over by Blue. And Icy actually gets to go down this time because Shrimp Father has found the flank and the kill. There's still plenty of presence from the attackers in Kitchen, but they have lost some of their soft destruction capabilities. Oh, just about all of them actually, for using that pressure that they've gotten from Kitchen.
Well, keep in mind, they do have breaching charges in pocket, but that is not necessarily the safest thing. There is no more C4s, but you can still hear the placement down. So they got to be careful not to place it in a position where they can get shot directly at from below. But either way, time is still plenty for them to make this push happen. They have about halfway of the round left. But you see Thwapper Boy down at the bottom of the main stairs is not quite sure what to do here. It looks like they might be aware of a player off to the left here, but they're going to get taken out. That's Brendo with a nice peek on the carbine. It's not the easiest weapon to wield, but they're making it happen here. Now a 4v2, plenty of time for these attackers to try and make something happen, but at the same time, it's a two-man disadvantage for them. And unfortunately, I think we just got the bug. It happens. The viewer bug happens all the time, so it's just a perspective thing. This is just for us, the viewers, not the players. So we'll just have to see if rehost comes through or not. But Shrimpfather going to get a kill onto Pains is going to make it more likely this is going to end up in a split half, as there's not a lot Claw can do here.
Yeah, it was kind of a desperate attempt to try and go in through dirt in the first place right there. And there's that Goyo going away. That's one of those places you can use to just buy a little bit more time as sort of a pre-placed smoke grenade. Nice use right here of the Yana clone in order to get some more intel, know exactly where the opponents are playing as the flames die down for the most part. But they do have that extended duration ever since that rework to Goyo. So Claws probably can't even get into the site from here. Just looking to find a kill for the KD right there since Shrimpfather's still beacon, barely hanging on with 1 HP here.
Yeah, they're kind of just gonna peek into it. They got 10 seconds. They're hoping to find a body for their trouble, pad the stats, but Brendo's gonna pad his, and that's gonna put us now into an even split before we switch sides. I think we're probably just gonna let it play out. Maybe, I don't know for sure. What do you think, Traj? I think that with the frequency of the sound bugs, it might not be worth putting everyone through a rehost right now.
I guess I'll circle it back around again to production.
You know, put the responsibility on other people.
Yeah. I don't get paid the big dollars for deciding whether we move through sound bugs.
I think we'll just go forward with it. And I apologize to the viewers for that. But again, this is something I've been informed about last week, I believe it was,
Oh yeah,
where
we had some rough ones last week.
exactly, and we had an experienced observer, I can't even think of the right word, who had told me that it's just going to keep happening,
Yeah.
and rehosting is just a temporary solution, and then it'll probably happen again within a couple rounds. So just don't really see the point with being halfway through this one already. So we're just going to kind of live through it, and obviously next map we'll have it fixed. So I do apologize for it, but it is something that is just the state of the game right now. Hopefully it gets fixed here with the halfway through the season reinforcements that should be coming out here.
Yeah, those will be nice to see, honestly. Big quality of life upgrade for the production side once we get that back in. But like you said, split half right here. That's not what Fanshawe was looking for their first half here. This isn't their map, granted, so it's not the worst thing to be looking at. And a lot of the issues that we did see with their defense were ones, just like you
That's
said, that just
aggressive.
come from playing some of these angles more. So while they're on attack, they're gonna have to be kind of learning from what they were killed from before and try and use some of those angles to their advantage. And Marion wants to pull ahead at this point.
Well, you notice Jackal wasn't banned, and we saw Jackal being brought in the last couple of rounds from Marion on their attack. Now we see Fanshawe bring it in the lineup right off the bat, as well as Zero. We haven't seen brought before, but in Pro League play, he has actually been quite the apparent operator to bring, as he's been there a lot. Brendo getting that opening kill on the Frosted is going to open up things for Fanshawe on their first round of attack here. And it is a basement hold that they're starting off attacking, so it's good to get as many bodies out of the way as you can so you can start trying to get position to get an execute on site.
That is not an operator you want to be losing so quickly. That peak is a little more risk than I would usually wager for something like that. That's going to take away most of the usefulness that you get from the Wamai gadget because you probably got 2 discs to throw out. One of them might have been upstairs where he was, so it's probably only one of them actually defending site. And plenty of explosives are on the attacking side. I mean, we've got 3 of them only on Brendo.
Saw IQ might have had the gadget out. She can actually see the pulse, or the vigil when they're using their gadget. You see the shots through the soft wall are not landing, and the player's already moving to the right. Pains above. That's the vigil. Just get the kill on the Shrimp Father. That's the player that I think they had spotted out with the IQ, but they get away with one there. The Jackal tracks are going to come through and ping their position out, so they might have a chance for a refrag.
Ooh, fight breaking out here in construction, both just right outside each other's line of sight. They've been hunting upstairs for Pains, and he's finally going to be found extra thick. Ella finding the mark on this round once again. And the other defenders are kind of stuck in their various holes. We got 1 in dirt and 2 still in church, but everything else in sight is basically just not crossable for them.
Rapper Boy holding the angle from dirt all the way over towards blue. They know that's where a lot of these bodies are coming through, but that's Icy downed. Pew, 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 pew. We don't have any sounds, so I'm gonna make some
Oh,
gun
perfect,
noises here
perfect.
for you. Yeah, extra thick Ella though gonna get credited with that kill. Now, Birds of Finding Thwapper Boy leaves Claws on a 1v4. We've seen this before on the other side. Plant coming through as well. This is very similar, and again, it's the Valkyrie, so the same op, just a different
Same rim
team and
too.
different player. So kind of ironic to see that happen. History repeating itself. That nade is gonna push him out. Brendo easily gonna clean up that round, and
That is a
Fanshawe
faded
win their
Valkyrie.
first attack.
That is exactly what they want to see right here. They are, if not playing for contention into playoffs, they're still playing for that reputation on the line, playing for that momentum to kind of cap off their season so far. So, or rip, I got my sides mixed up. Let me flip that script real quick. Fanshawe really looking to get ahead right here there on the offense. They have a little bit of that disadvantage going into this half once again on the opposite side, on the opposite side's map pick. So that's exactly what they want to be seeing in order to make that 2-0 that they need for the victory. There we go.
So I just want to make it known what Fanshaw's position is a little bit more. I didn't talk about the exact details, but they're tied right now with Ewan, and they have the same record for matches, and they have the same amount of maps won. They just happen to have one less map loss, which is why they're ahead right now. And so maps, like I mentioned at the beginning of this matchup, do matter. So Fanshawe are hoping to get a 2-0 here to stop themselves from falling or allowing the other team to get ahead of them. If they can win a 2-0 here, they actually are guaranteed that sixth position. They will not allow you win to get ahead of them. So maps, again, going to be something that we're going to watch out for here. It is a close one so far, 4-3, but they won their first attack. They're going to have to see if they can get a successful one on a new bomb site up here in CCTV in Cache.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be that Wamai in Rafters once again. We'll get to compare how Frosta plays it compared to how Brendo was before. Brendo getting some early kills, but also sometimes going down a little earlier than they wanted. However, Marion's attack didn't prioritize the attic very much anyway, so it didn't make it a super high value spot to be. The same kind of Maverick trick is coming out, so a frag grenade should just be getting dropped right there. It's Frost finding the first kill here. Brenda doesn't get the early kill on a peak this time, is going to go the way of the defense.
Brendo falling. That was a player to impact last round. Excuse me. That's the Finka. That's grenades off the board and potentially a Gone 6-2, depending on what they had used. You see Shrimp Father trying to get the Maverick trick going through here, and they could potentially do that. But the scary thing here is no one's watching for them on the rappel, meaning Thriver Boy can get away with one here. But there it is. Comes through. It's a softball. Now they just need to use maybe Buck, who is available, obviously, in the lineup here, to open up the wall further so they can actually walk in through it. But the question here is it going to be safe enough to do that? Because there's no one really watching, and there's Perza dying.
Oh.
Another body gone for Fanshawe.
Well, Copper Tiger was able to make his way over there, so the breach is open, but it's taken a lot more time than Fanshawe really wants to dedicate to that. They've lost about a minute, and with Claws finding another kill on extra thick Ella, there's only 2 attackers left to try and make this happen. They don't have any side pressure either, and with Pain's taking out Copper Tiger, Strength Father all alone, with basically just the wall open. They haven't hit a lot of those marks that they want to throughout the round.
1v5. It's pretty much a hopeless round at this point. It'd be a miracle. They'd have to give them ones versus every single peak. And that's probably not going to happen. The diffuser is also down. They don't even have it in their pocket. Shrimp Father probably using this time to talk to the team, be like, hey, it's going to be a split round differential here as we have just lost almost a flawless round for the other team. Let's rehash this. Let's talk about what we're doing wrong. Why are we losing bodies so early? That's going to at least be a free nade kill. So, I mean, they'll pad the stats, but not really going to help them that much as time is just going to dwindle down. They're probably really just having a good conversation in chat, like I said, trying to figure out what do we do next round. They're going to go to a different bomb site after this. We won downstairs, so do we just assume they're going to go there, or are they going to try up in gym and bedroom?
Ooh, finally the kill comes out. Yeah, it's not quite a flawless from that nade kill. I've ever told you how much I love frag grenade kills. I love a perfectly cooked medium rare grenade.
Yeah, it's delicious to watch, but I'm sure even more delicious to have. And obviously, going to make your stats not look as bad. At least you got the trade, right? You got one
Yep.
for one for
Hey,
yourself.
hey, no
Obviously,
flawless is worth a plenty.
exactly, yeah. And then the momentum on the other side isn't going to be too high as they didn't get the flawless, right? It kind of messes with their mental, even the fact that obviously you're already dissatisfied with the round, but you just took a little bit away from the victory of the other side about not letting that flawless go through. But anyways, on to the next round, and these teams are neck and neck, 4-4 apiece. They're going to go up to the other bomb site, like I mentioned, they might do, and so we'll see if Fanshawe is ready for it. Now, the sixth pick is no longer in the game; it is attacker repick. So only the attackers get to repick what operators they want to bring, and they can do that for every single one. So once they notice that the bomb site is perhaps not where they thought it would be, or maybe it is, they do have the buck. So I don't know. It wouldn't really do you a lot of good necessarily. If they were below, I mean, I guess it could help out, but you might as well bring the sledge. He has nades, right? But the
Yeah.
buck, you can actually go below here.
Yeah, I'm a little interested by the choice of Buck to be the one soft destruction. The going below definitely a value. I like the switch into the Ash though because it guarantees that you've got a second person who can actually open up if you go for a Mav trick again, just like they did last time. I mean, a Mavericking then using a nade is always going to be usable, but they seem to want to go for different options. Not going to take the whole hard breaching item, but it doesn't look like there's actually any hard breach other than Maverick this time at all. So Jacuzzi might be
What the?
lower priority. I think that looks like it might have just been an impact down, unless
That's
there's
a lot of
something else I'm
damage.
missing. Yeah, an impact, double impacted. I don't
It's
know.
best have been.
C
C4
forward
himself.
himself. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
thank you for the call.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
and
makes so
you
much
coming
more
in
sense.
clutch.
Yeah, he does. He does have a C4 gun. There we go.
That's a
We're
waste of
like
utility and
detectives
waste
when
of
we don't have
life.
any sound on.
All right, Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson over here. We're just going to be doing a little bit of an investigation to find out what's going on. But in any case, we do see that they have the hatch opened up. They're working on the jacuzzi wall. The Whapper is going to be much damaged, so we'll watch how that plays out for them. It could cost them later. They're going to only be able to eat like a bullet at most. Probably not even. They'll just die in the first bullet. So
Yeah,
doesn't
and
have a lot
all
of
assault
wiggle room
rifles
with the
only take.
life.
Yeah, definitely rough there. And Thrapper Boy playing that important position on the stairs. That's one that is really easy to take some bullets on. You're going to be taking fights kind of throughout the round. And even if Brendo's just spraying through this wall, any one of those bullets could be potentially death, just spitting lead out of the LMG. The attacker is really focused on Jacuzzi while Perza has opened up the hatch. So there must be someone like standing on the train tracks over there. I never heard one of these freight trains just stick around.
Yeah, they're beeping, but that's the Whapper. Like we said, low HP, taken out very early. Who knows if they would have lasted longer than that engagement? No guarantees, but either way, it's going to affect them here as they're dead. It's going to put them in a 4v5 on the side of Marion, holding on this defense. They have burned a decent bit of time, and it's taken these attackers a little bit of time to get things opened up, but it is opened up now. So all they have to do now is get this execute down. Now, is it enough, though, to just go up the main stairs and through Jacuzzi Wall? Not a huge fan of just that push. Could still work out for them, but I would have liked to see a little bit more variation. Now, there is the down from Brenda, or Brendo, excuse me. That's going to allow them to get the down and finish that kill off, but Extra Thick's going to get taken out. In the meantime, though, Brendo does finish off that kill, and that's going to allow them to start pushing in. But the 2v2, as people will just keep falling on the other side, but there's it is. Verza and Brendo finding the last two bodies and getting that round one for Fanshawe. It was a little bit odd of where all these engagements were happening. It was very quick, but either way, in a flash, Fanshawe step ahead.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that you'll see from not having the sledge on the attack, especially on gym and bedroom. That's sort of a must bring objective for castle. And we've seen a lot of castle today. That one definitely being very pivotal there. It meant that none of the windows were a point for attack for the attackers. And usually going to see a lot of kills coming in, especially as the execute happens. And there's just angles that are being watched by attackers. And that means that as soon as the defender gets pushed out of position by someone coming in from construction or jacuzzi or logistics, then when the defender has to move, they're immediately just going to get gunned down either from the player that they're directly engaging or from someone on the windows. But without it not being available, that meant that the attack had to get a little more creative with where they're getting the kills from.
Down to the basement we go. They had lost last time they went to this bomb site, Marion. So they're hoping to find a better solution to the problem of Fanshawe. As last time, it was pretty early picks coming out. The Wamaya died, meaning no discs were really available. And that kind of hurt with probably some of these different things coming out. We do see, I think, probably smokes on the Jackal. I can't see their utility at the moment, but my guess is they do have smokes, can block lines of vision. And then on top of it, you have all these flashes and then a set of nades. So there's a lot of utility that needs to be stopped, at least partially, to help you have some sort of safe haven. But the only one who can do that is going to be the Wamaya of Frosta. So if they die early again, could prove useful for the attackers. They can just bombard them with all these projectiles.
Pains is taking a peek out by dirt. No one's there yet, but he's still watching. And the fact that, oh, he was still on him. I think he might have had an opportunity there. His shrimp father came over there, but the call's going to come out for the defense. That no one's going out by dirt. That might catch them by surprise if they rotate any players away from that tunnel. Frosta does get the first kill. Yeah, looking for that entry kill as Copper Tiger just runs in by bathroom and strip. He goes down, but Icy, the other ice player for the defense, does go down once again for an opening kill coming from Brenda.
I saw on the Jaeger over in garage. So my guess is Brendo shot him through the garage wall, perhaps, or caught them on a rotate by looking through the main door over there. Either way, it's going to even up the man count. Frosta on a heavy roam here as the Wamaya. Again, kind of concerning because they're the ones who has the Wamaya disc to deny any of the projectiles, but that's going to be extra thick Ella finding pains. That's the vigil on the roam. So a lot of these roamers being taken care of here. Frosta going to be burned out by it sounded like a lion going off. So that's going to be the EE1D catching them out. They're going to get the down. They might not be aware of it yet, but there's no one to help save Frostus. So they're going to be finished off here by extra thick Ella. It's going to leave Wiper Boy and Claus as the last two remaining in a 2v4. We've seen this situation before. Doesn't usually pan out for these defenders. They're both in armory as well. It's going to leave Church available if these attackers are aware to just push in. They're seeing the rotate come through. The flash is going to bounce off the wall and blind them. So these attackers are going to be stalled out for just a moment.
Yeah, or at least that prong of the attack is, well, more attackers flood in here to Church, which is going to be pretty easy to get that plant down. They know the exact location of one defender. They're starting that right now as Claus tries that. He does find it as well, the down with SMG-11, finishing off with his shotgun. And he's got the chance to reload right here before the pressure starts coming back on him. The diffuser is down in the back of Church. There's two players on it, and Stripfather finds the first kill of the two that they need. Claus goes down, and so does Thrapper Boy. Rendo finishing it up for his team.
Well, another round for Fanshawe puts them on to the first map point that we will see in this matchup. That's going to put them up 6-4. They need one more then, and Marion on the back foot. No more mistakes available on this map if they lose one more. On to the next one. And they were keeping it neck and neck, but this is the first time we've really seen Fanshawe since the beginning of the map when they were up 2-0. This is the first real separation they've found. It's only 2 rounds, so Marion still have a shot here, but they've found it hard outside of the bomb site they're going to right now. The other bomb sites, they haven't really found any success. So even if they win this one, they're going to have to show us that they can fix the mistakes on the other bomb sites.
Yeah, this is a worrisome place for Marion to be and a phenomenal place for Fanshawe to be right now. There's definitely going to be one of those moments where the morale is up for them. They see that match point. The next map is going to be theirs. They chose Coastline. So any comfortability problems they may have had here should ease away if they can get to that Coastline map. And once again, 2-0 is the record that they are looking for to have a chance of making it in. So the pressure is on for them. It's a question of whether they can bring it home without having to take this to overtime. And Marion has been back and forth on most of these rounds. So here the defense is going to be pretty much the same as what we've been seeing. It's all just good value operators across the board.
I got the Mute in tandem with the Bandit. I always love that combo. Bandit can focus on the main walls. Mute can actually also go rotate down and get some of the walls in garage, make those harder to open up, as well as block some drone holes or doorways. So it does limit the avenues where information can be gleaned by the attackers. So Fanshawe are going to have to do their work here to figure out where these players are playing and try and get an early pick because they've been successful when they get the opening kill. It's been very impactful. I think majority of the rounds they've won, if not all of them, have come on the back of where they get that opening kill. So both teams looking for it. We'll see who can find it.
I'm curious what the move is with the Twitch here because there's no hard breach being brought, and Twitch is the one character that brings a little less overall utility and pretty guaranteeable pressure for the team. But they're looking nice right here as they get the first kill on Thrapper Boy, and that reduces any possibility of the bandit pulling any shenanigans. Not that I think it's really going to matter with these lineups right here. Whoa, that is a big play from Icy to come out there, nearly kill an extra thick Ella too. A big gunner for the attacking side is going to be left on that 1 HP for the rest of this round until catching just 1 bullet.
See, this is the person I was talking about with the coverage. Someone needs to be on the rappel. So there it is. Someone covering the player doing the Maverick tricking. This makes it a lot safer for them to do that. But Claw's not going to be the one to peek out. It seems as they're just going to bide their time. The wall is going to be Maverick tricked, I believe. So that should be open up with the buck there to allow them to get the soft part destroyed. And that'll open up the avenue for entry. Birds are sitting on the top roof area, looking at perching, waiting for someone to fall into their snare. So they have a cheeky line of sight, but there's still the player in rafters that they need to worry about. But Shrimp Father finding IC is going to help them out a little bit on Fanshaw's side. They're trying to shut this down. And Copper Tiger, a nice shot on the Froster. That's going to help things even further. Extra Thick Ella is going to shut down this round. It seems as Claus is in a 1v5. We haven't seen this ever really work out. And there it is, the flawless to finish the map. That's going to be Fanshawe winning 7-4.
Yeah, and that is an amazing way to end that for Fanshawe. It's going to be feeling really good as they get to move on to their map once again. Coastline. That's a little unnerving to see the elite animation on the other skin. That's just one of those newer things since the more recent patch as well. But great showing from Fanshawe College. That's exactly what they want to see. For Marion, that defense was just not what they were looking for, though. They were able to go back to back on the defense, even after going down 2 rows in the beginning. But once they were defending, they just could not find those marks they needed.
Right, which is odd because most teams feel more comfortable on defense than attack. But kind of seemed
Yeah.
like the opposite there for them. So they'll have to look back at the VOD, try and review, as this season is kind of already done for them, even before this matchup happened. But there's a lot to learn, right? So you might as well still play to the best of your ability, see where you can improve. So that's, I think, what the game plan is for Marion. Fanshell, though, feeling pretty good. The first map down. They're hoping for this next map to go their way. Then they'll have the 2-0 win. They will not have a possibility of dropping below you win at that point, and so they will guarantee themselves that 6th seed in a playoff position. But before we get to Coastline, like you had mentioned, you seem pretty excited about it, Tresh. But
Yeah.
we're not there yet. We got about a 5-minute break, so then we'll be right back with that map. Stay tuned. Hello. Welcome back. NECC 2. We are the B stream. We have a matchup here between Marion University and Fanshawe Fuel. Tresh, want to walk us through a brief recap of map one?
All right, we had Clubhouse, Marion University's pick right there. They're pretty close, back and forth throughout the first half, but Fanshawe really pulled ahead while they were on the attack, really tearing through the Marion University defense, which is not what you'd really be expecting there for Clubhouse. And like we visited on before, Fanshawe has the chance of making it into the playoffs here after tonight if they're able to get that 2-0. So they're really counting right now on winning their map choice on Coastline.
Right. And we saw when it came down to the gunfights, back and forth depending on the side, but obviously winning map one, we're going to do an attacker sided map. So maybe that actually could help Marion since they struggled on their defense a little bit more in map one. So could work out for them. But overall, this is, as you said, Fanshaw's pick. So you expect them to be pretty comfortable here. And here we go. On to Coastline. The operator bands, not so much going to see Thatcher. Usually going to be like a Jackal and things like that. This is a smaller map. So there might be some mix up here, but overall, I think we'll see probably what we're used to seeing on this map.
Yeah, I don't think anything too crazy, but the bands can spell quite a bit of change on this map. With see the Thatcher band first. This one is it's like the one map where the Thatcher band isn't going to be necessary for one of the two parties, but we're going to get it anyways. We're not messing around with him really throwing anything around. Jackal's pretty common as well, just because there's so much ground to cover with both levels kind of being a wide area on this map. It's nice to track down those roamers and catch them pretty early on. It can spell the fate of so many rounds if you just get a couple early roam picks.
We saw last time early picks were important for both teams. I think opening engagements, I didn't write it all down like I used to in the past. So I should probably go back to doing that. But Oryx pick being odd,
Well, that was
so
a little more
that's one
exciting.
thing to be aware of. Maybe they had saw something on film about teams like one of the teams liking to bring it or not opting to bring it and had issues. Who knows? But doesn't really matter. We did see though last map the opening engagement had a very high success rate for the round win. There's a huge correlation there, so something to watch as we see this map play out. Could be the same, could be different, but either way, moving into the first bomb site, it's gonna be hookah and billiards. So a very standard bomb site. It's this one and kitchen. They're the two most common, and we're seeing some pretty standard lineups as well. As you see, there's the smoke for the denial of the plant. We do see that Wamai is being favored over Jaeger in these two teams' lineups pretty frequently, which is interesting. But you just need one of them, really.
Yeah, the two operator bands that kind of skirt through. Kaid, he's not super pivotal on this one, so you don't see him banned that often, but he can be useful, especially for keeping the VIP walls closed and even the pink bar wall, the one that's currently being reinforced by a couple defenders on the right side. But the other one is actually a little more interesting, which is Valkyrie. Neither of them being brought right here, but we will potentially be able to see those seated in as we continue through. There's two shields being brought here by Fanshawe. That's pretty nice. One of them is pretty obligatory on a hookah hold for right here in the spot next to Wamai by Cool Vibe Stairs. And the other one is more free to play with. That's the benefit of bringing extra thick Ella, probably familiar with the gun. It's great for fragging out if you're comfortable with it. And also the Prismas, which great get a lot of knowledge for the team.
You see that double shield setup looking out towards the hookah balcony? That's interesting. Don't really see that too often. So you're kind of letting that first shield get taken care of for free in a way,
You got a
expecting
decoy.
it to get
Or maybe
taken
not.
care of. But well, maybe not. Never mind. I was wrong. I thought there
It was
was
a
big
decoy of a
brain
decoy.
play, and they were just baiting me out. I guess the decoy was for us to get baited. But in any case, you do see one player on that VIP balcony. So you had mentioned that's a point where attackers will like to push, and the Cade call could deny the wall, but here there's no denial being brought. So they can open up VIP for free if they want it. But these attackers are spread pretty thin.
Yeah, that means they're not going to be able to find refrags very easily on any of these opening engagements unless they're able to get a little bit closer claws all the way out by Billiards Room. And it's going to peel off after not finding a pick right there. That's a little more intimidation on the anchors, though, even if the defenders are pretty wide roaming too.
We do see that the defenders are pretty much hunkered down, at least three of them, and one over in luggage tells us that it's not so much of a roam as necessarily a lurk, depending how far they want to go with that. But that last player, I'm curious where their position is going to be. But either way, they're holding long angles and just waiting for these attackers to push into them.
Yeah, and that's good to be seeing from Fanshawe here, just holding that discipline. and waiting for the move from Marion because Marion has to make the first move here. And they've kind of whittled away quite a bit of time. They've done a lot of soft destruction to find their points to just move into the building, but there isn't much more beyond that. There's some threat on these repels, but they haven't done anything yet. Perza goes down elsewhere. Frosta goes down to Shrimp Father, who finds that opening frag for his team. Viper Boy has an ACOG and is pointed right down to Cool Vibes. This could be really big if he actually takes out the smoke. Copper Tiger is able to put a lot value out for his team if he's able to stay there, keep putting out those smokes, and keep using that shield to his advantage.
Brendo did fell claws, I believe, the Twitch done. So Icy's gonna just push straight in. No one is
Oh my
watching
god.
the Aqua push at all. They're gonna give their position away by shooting an alibi decoy, though. So Icy's position is known. The impacts can come through. Extra thick Ella, though, credited with the kill. Now it's the last two players of Thwapper Boy and Pains. They do have some utility in pocket. The nades in one, and the other one has the fuse with the charges and the hard breach. But they're gonna be the one pushing up on base, finding the kill on the Copper Tiger, at least trying to even up this man count. But they're down 2-3 with 20 seconds left, and they're not near each other at all. The other one's going to rotate out. Proper Boy going to try and push in through Aqua here. He's actually going to use a cluster charge. There's only 15 seconds. There's not enough time for this. They have to start pushing in and getting things done. But Brendo's going to find Pains. Proper getting the kill onto Shrimp. But Brendo on the round, a triple, I believe, is going to shut him down and allow Fanshawe to win the opening round of map 2.
There were some weird things there at the end. The defense gets it, and it's not too much of a question, but I'm fascinated by Thwapperboy actually getting the kill off of using a fuse charge as a bait on a wooden barricade. There he gets, and I think really the most pivotal thing that actually brought them back in contention in the really late round was Payne's making a big push up the hallway. It's something that the Roamers never really answered at all, and if they had moved Payne's up a little earlier while there was more players to bounce off of, it would have been a really big flank for the attackers. But unfortunately, by the time Payne's actually moved his way down the second floor hallway and found the kill on our smoke player for the defense, he didn't have anyone playing on Hookah anymore that they could play with. And that would have been the opportunity for the win right there, is if they could have found a plant opportunity in Hookah.
Well, down we go into the kitchen and service area. We see that they are going to bring the Jaeger, not the Y. So maybe there's no rhyme and reason for why they'd want one over the other in different bomb sites. Perhaps utility of the entire lineup, right? Impacts brought by Wamai. And in this case, they don't need the impacts because they have them on the Echo. Who knows? But either way, it does allow them to have some flexibility and bring new operators we haven't really seen brought yet, such as the Mozzie and that Echo that I had mentioned. Two operators haven't seen too much, but are very powerful in their own right.
That's a lot of potential for cameras. I mean, actually, a potential for 8 extra cameras if they're able to get all 3 Mozzies to go off. So there's going to be a lot of intel for the defense there, but they have to make sure that they've got someone off cams to be acting on it if they are. And Marion is bringing an interesting pick as well. They've actually got both of the Russian operators from, I guess, at least from base edition. Uh, and that fuse coming back once again. This is an objective where it makes a lot more sense usually to have the fuse. Once you get upstairs control, you can devastate the roamers from up top.
Looks like Shrimp is the one up in VIP, going to try and deny that vertical pressure. Copper Tiger going to get found out. That's the Glass, which, speaking of, gets the kill. So that's the Jaeger off the board. It is a plug and play op, as we'd mentioned before. So not the worst op to lose, but still within the first minute to lose someone, the fan child, they're not going to be able to milk the round out like they did last time. It looked like Marion had taken their sweet time in the last round, which resulted in them just being hunkered down and waiting, holding angles, and it paid off for them. Time was not on Marion's side. This time, though, a lot swifter in their engagements, at least. We'll see if they're swift in taking map control above.
Yeah, they don't have map control here as we're getting past a minute 45 left on the clock. That run out doesn't get anything. But another concern that I've been staring at this whole time, by the time we get
Oh,
1 minute
no.
off of the clock, there were 7 drones down, and there's another one down from here. There's only 2 left for the attackers, with another one going down off of it as Brando gets another kill here. The defense is looking really comfortable here. Their roamers are still out there. They haven't been pushed back in. And with a minute left, the attackers can start repositioning, but still no upstairs control at all. Shrimpfather has completely shut down the ability of Thwapper Boy to find an ingress.
All three of the attackers above now, one pushed up white, the other two over near the doorway of Hall of Fame with the guitars. But we have not seen any aggressions really from the defenders just yet. They're kind of all below playing it out, letting time now favor them further as it is getting down below a minute. closer to 45 seconds, in fact. So not a lot of time to work with for Marion. They have to get an execute soon. They're going to hope that their fuse can net them some at least space below or even a kill is probably what they're hoping for. But they don't have the positions necessary to get an execute at this point. So they have to start flushing down, and it's not going to favor them as they're going to be rushed, which means they can't check every possible angle. Two people pushing down cool vibes, and we do see the cross angle here. Perza with players over in kitchen could get a crossfire that was deadly. Shrimp winning out in the gunfight against Pains, took some damage but gets kill. Now the shots from behind is going to net them the end of the round. That's going to shut it down. And in fact, it wasn't a double kill from the Echo like
Oh
I
no,
had
it got stolen
assumed.
away from Perza. Darn,
So
he
close.
was posted up there waiting for that. It was such a free double kill for him, but stolen again. But really solid round there for Fanshot. Like we said at the beginning, it looked like they were holding their positions, taking their time, allowing Marion to make things happen. And Marion University ended up sort of dirtling out there. They were looking for vertical control. And when it didn't come in that first minute of the round, they didn't have a plan B to move on. Even though they got the first pick, they just didn't have somewhere to rotate off of or anything else to do with the pressure that they did get off of it.
It was unfortunate on the side of the glass player. Couldn't quite remember. I think it was Icy, but could be wrong about that. But they had missed the shots, right? And I think that on the other side, you definitely would think Brendo is thinking their lucky stars that it was a glass because any other operator who doesn't have a semi-fire weapon probably would have got the kill when they ran out there. And in fact, you see the push on the glass to peek through and then just stop ADSing. They didn't realize that Brenda had gone behind the desk of the main lobby area in the reception room. And unfortunately, it cost them their life because then they turn right at the wrong time and then get peeked by Brenda, who gets the opening kill. And then Brenda follows it up onto another player. So that opening 2K to swing the round back into Fanshaw's favor is what really sealed the round. From there on, time was no longer on Marion's side, and the man count was no longer on this side. There's not much they could have done in the last moments there. It was honestly lost within the first half of that round. Here, they're going to have to contest with the weird bomb site of Penthouse.
Yeah, and this is an interesting setup as well. And our observer, Owen, has been doing a nice job of showcasing that. You'll see the VIP wall is not reinforced. There's two shields here on the corner of 90 with prismas on them. That's going to be messing with the mines. With Jaeger ADS is also set up to cover them. This means that they're not really looking to play VIP nearly as heavily as most teams will be here, and they're really looking to make that utility count on the 90 angle. These are things that are actually going to come into play here, especially with a focus on the south side attack. Two players coming in through Hookah, but they're immediately facing some pressure from Shrimp Father and Aqua.
Shrimp Father is actually below,
Or, oh,
going to be
yep,
in
you're right.
Sunrise, but that is going to be Brendo, who is finished off. They get down. Actually, didn't get finished off. The teammate comes from the side. Perza actually pounces right when Brendo's about to get taken care of. And now he can get helped up by that teammate, in fact. Shrimp Father as well, coming up with the flank from the Cool Vibe stairs, is going to net a kill onto Frosta. That's going to shut down yet another attacker. Marion seemingly had that opening kill, but they were not watching all the angles available to these defenders. And they get slapped down for it. Now a 5v3 is going to allow Fanshawe to have this advantage halfway through the round.
Icy's location is going to be well known here. The camera barely baiting out Copper Tiger, but Copper Tiger stays in it with even crossfire from on the window and in the bathroom. Pains finds a kill out by where his teammates went down, which is a great start. But Icy is going to go down to Brendo, continuing to have the impact on the round. The repel in for Thwapper Boy is going to see him felled once again by Brendo, and Pains is left all alone up on top of Cool Vibes. That's a smoke down, which is pretty valuable. It makes it possible to get towards the site as a lone player, and Defuse is in hands, so it's not totally undoable. But this is this exact hallway that's got a couple of shields waiting.
And the problem here is it's three bodies against one. The peek up from extra
Oh,
thick
that barely
Ella
didn't trade.
gonna shut them down, and that's three in a row. The full rotation of sites by Fanshawe to start off map 2. They're looking hungry to get this 2-0 and move on to the playoffs.
Yeah, looking really comfortable. There's their map choice. Once again, they're going to have that advantage here, and they're looking darn right comfortable here, even on that tertiary site, even on our weird penthouse and theater objective. And they get to go back to hookah and billiards now. This is where they looked at just as comfortable to start things off. It was a little bit closer of a round, I think, for Marion University there. But Marion, it can be a little difficult to find a good overall strategy for attacking some of these objectives on coastline because it just plays very differently from every other map in the competitive pool. So it looks like it might be some of that kind of discombobulating their attack. They just aren't able to make the same calls that they did on Clubhouse nearly as quickly. And you'll remember they played really well on the attack side on Clubhouse. That's where they're able to go neck and neck with Fanshawe. And now on the attack here on Coastline, they're a little slow to respond to some threats and they get caught out by flankers really heavily.
The other thing too is you have to keep in mind who has been impactful and who's maybe not stepped up as much as in map one. We saw again Brendo, a name that we had not necessarily even known how to say, is making a name for themselves as they popped off a bit last map, but now up 7-0. They haven't died yet, I don't believe. That last one is the assist now. They had changed the
Yeah.
order of these things a little bit ago,
I
if
always have to
anyone's
second
not
guess it
aware.
too.
I know, right? So not dead yet in this matchup. That's insane. Also, netting over an average of over 2 kills per round is obviously something you don't see very often. So really good job from them. But on the other side, Frosta is one I would highlight as someone who had pretty decent showing on map one in Clubhouse and just really quiet here. So that's your Zofia, someone with an LMG in hand, certainly hoping they can do a little bit more damage than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Wes, it worries me a little bit putting the one player going positive on your team on the Montaigne. I understand if they're a little more comfortable giving more call outs and such, but if you're the player on fire right now, you got to make some use of that. They're looking for a smoke plant to go down here pretty early. Smokes and flashes going in. Claus gets a kill on Cool Vibes, actually clearing that out for his team. But extra thick Ella comes out from behind. Brendo taking out Pains as well from a side angle, and it's Icy left all out alone. They really were gambling all of their cards on this attack on that Montaigne not going down. Claw's got a really big pick there to start things off, too. So if it was ever going to work, it was going to be right. Then they just needed an additional pick, maybe on Brendo a moment earlier. And I think that's the only thing that really would have gotten them through here. And instead, Icy is left in that 1v3 sort of if Brendo can't get back resed. But it's rough to do here.
It is. It's a hard place to be. It's pretty much another round done at this point, unless somehow the ones happen. You win one, and then another 1v1. This
Oh,
is the
there's
first
one.
one, at least. So Brendo being very aggressive. Obviously, we
You
talked
can
about
afford
their
it one more, though.
performance. Yeah, up 9-1 now. They get their first death, but they already got 2 kills in this round, so they've done the impact you'd expect. Now it's all up to Icy to try and have an impact of their own. Somehow bring this round to a win, or else Marion will go down 0-4, and that's not where you want to find yourself on map two. When you want to end the season on a good note, we know that they're not in playoff contention anymore, but still, for their own mentality and their own gains, you'd want them to have a good showing here so that the mental isn't done. But there's extra thick, gonna get a double kill blow and finish it with a triple on the round with the C4, netting them that last kill that they needed to move on to round number 5.
Honestly, I was so confused there for a second. I saw the C4 kill come up, and I was like, I remember looking at like almost a minute ago and seeing that C4 be gone. But it looks like it was a pre-place that he's just been waiting for a while. Maybe had someone on cams, maybe the dead player. Just keep an eye out that for that. Make sure they can clutch out that kill, even if the ones happen for everyone else. Just gotta click that one button to finish things off. And it's a 4-0 half so far. Fanshawe, even if they lose these last 2 rounds, they're still feeling great on the half. There's really no downside to this round for them at this point. So Marion has to start clawing things back if they're able to get back into the game at all. It's a kitchen defense once again, and a little bit of a roster shakeup, but nothing too crazy. They've got the Maestro this time, so they do have some more cameras on the defense. That's a lot of plant denial between Smoke and Maestro, and even an Ella.
It's interesting. The first time they went to this bomb site, they had brought no shields and brought the Jaeger, and now they have nothing to protect the shields, but they have 2 shields. So, very different, like you said. Plenty of cams. Last time they had gone with the Echo with the Valk, and they brought a Mozzie. Here, not as many cams, but you still got the Valk and the Maestro cams. So, plenty of information can be gleaned. We see that Smoke is going to be in bomb site with that plant denial available. So, that's what you expect them to do with the Maestro probably as well. But you have potential for some roam game here. Perza, Shrimp Father, and of course Brendo on the Ella. Cannot underestimate their impact. They're playing an op we haven't really seen yet, and it is the Scorpion that's been nerfed, so it's a bit bumpy when you're trying to hold it down for too long. But they're probably feeling confident enough to use it if they're bringing it.
Yeah, Marion University's wintry players, if you will, Frosta and Icy, are going to be really pivotal to getting the win right here. These are players that were really important as far as fragging goes on last map. And Frosta has that soft destruction for up above, something that they were having a hard time getting last time we were on Kitchen. It took almost till the last 45 seconds, I think actually the last 45 seconds to get vertical control in VIP. And that's the value that Frosta was really looking to find for the team. Currently, he's just droning out from Blue Bar. It's a little bit of a safer point of entry for a couple operators, so they're going to make sure that they have information on Cool Vibes. But that other player that's going to be pretty pivotal is not really going to have any impact at all. Maybe finding some damage on Copper Tiger, but Icy is gone, and that big line of sight all the way from service entrance is going to be gone for them.
Oh, BMing a little bit. The pistol's out. Frost is going to get killed there from that pistol on the Ella from Brendo, putting themselves into double digits. Now, another one found out
Oh
on the
my
run
god.
out. Brendo having a day here, having a map at least. 11 kills now on this map so far. And now it's up to just these last two players. It's already been a rough matchup so far. And the pain just continues to increase. They're dialing it up, kind of like in that movie Princess Bride, where they just up the ante. But Brendo finding a third one now. It's going to be Pains off the board to peek over. They can't quite do it. Shrimp Father's going to shut it out for that flawless round. And Fanshaw feeling pretty good. Up 5-0. Two more rounds. It could be a 7-0 and a 2-0 quick fashion victory to push into playoff.
Yeah, you can really see the comfortability all there for Fanshawe right now. They're feeling darn good. And if nothing else, you can see it just from Brendo's play right there, pulling out the pistol, taking it outside wherever need be. Brendo's feeling it, even locking in a Caveira. That's not a common pick you're going to see. So he's just going to be looking to absolutely dominate the back line of Fanshawe or of Marion University. Their support players who are going to be on cams are going to be ripe for the picking.
Going up now into Penn, we see Brendo going on to the Cavs. So clearly having fun now, I think, at this point, just not taking it as seriously.
Hey,
I
sometimes
feel
that's what you need to just ride something out to keep the momentum going.
right. And people might say I'm making assumptions, but this is not an operator like you would ever
Yeah, I
bring
mean, a
ever.
bit of a troll pick,
Yeah. But,
reasonably speaking.
you've earned it. You have 12 kills. I get it. It's kind of hard
Yeah.
to,
No,
keep your
like
head in serious mode.
speaking anecdotally, I mean, like with my own Rocket League team, sometimes it just takes doing some dumb things, just keeping your head in the game to make sure that you don't give away something when you've already got that lead. Because if you get a little too serious, you tighten up your play and you just don't play your best sometimes. So I absolutely see that for keeping your mentality all there. And sometimes if it's just have a little fun with it, I mean, like that's what we're here for when it comes down to it.
Right. These players are playing for fun. And, that's why Marion's here. They're not here because they can make playoffs. They can't. So, I mean, they're probably just here to try and gain as much knowledge as they can. And we've seen some pretty good play from them, but this map has just not been theirs. And obviously, it wasn't chosen by them. So we didn't expect them to play as well when they're on their opponent's map pick as they did on their own. But, for their own sake, hopefully they have some takeaways here that they can use to learn and gather some scramblings of success, but there's Claus finding some right there, opening kill on the Brando. So he gets punished for going on that cab for messing around a little, maybe too much here. So that's going to allow them to at least not feel too bad. But the refrag comes in from Extra Thick Ella, the other player we've had impact after impact. But here's the plant going down in sight, and no one's really here to deny it.
This is an ego check. This is an absolute ego check right here. Angles being watched. There's a Monty right on top of the diffuser in sight. He's going to be taken down from that Goyo that they weren't able to get enough time to check on and actually get rid of. Frosted does go down in the bathroom there, leaving player on repel still. And with Monty still there, it's still feeling comfortable though as they find a couple more kills from the windows there. But yeah, like I said, ego check. You start treating your opponents without the respect, and if you don't have anyone in sight, I mean, a smoke plant. They've shown it before. You knew that it was possible.
Imagine Fanshaw dropping the ball here. Got too
Yeah,
overconfident, and
they're
then
having too much fun.
Marion runs up on him and brings it to overtime at least, if not winning the next 6 rounds in a row. Well, it happened, probably not, but it would be a little comical. I have to admit, I would find it a bit
That would be the
ironic.
funniest thing I've seen in actual months if they won off of that round right there. I mean, the sides are flipping here, and something that we do tend to see is that if a defense goes really well for one team, it's got better odds of going really well for the other team. as well. Maps just tend to have a one-sided nature to them, even if like technically overall this is more of an attack side of map. Sometimes two teams just play in a certain way against each other that is going to be defense sided. So Fanshawe has this chance; they can bring themselves back to match point again if they're able to find this one. But otherwise, Marion University has that chance to start that long crawl back towards being in competition with Fanshawe for this map.
And you said it could be one sided, but sometimes that one side is just one team dominating.
Yeah, that's
So
well.
we'll
It's a
see.
fifty
That's
fifty.
that's a possibility, but we'll see. I'm not really wishing ill on either team. I'm just trying to have fun with it, and I hope that they are having fun in the matchup here. That's what matters, like you said before.
Yep.
In any case, first bomb site's gonna be the traditional. It's gonna be billiards and hookah. We had seen this defense many times from Fanshawe on their defense. Now they have to attack it. We saw a lot of success, so maybe Marion could try and emulate that. Right? They are bringing a decent lineup. We see the Castle, we've mentioned it last map. It is being favored, but everything else is pretty traditional. You got the double ADS and Wamai combo with the Wamai and the Jaeger. So a lot of these projectiles are going to be caught out. They do have nades and flashes and smoke, so that's going to be useful. Thrapper Boy finding a kill onto the floors is actually going to help him out a lot too. Opening kill. And that's the one thing that could sneak by the ADSs and Wamai is the Rotero drones no longer available.
Yeah, I'm loving the impact from Thwapper Boy already. Getting a kill with the UMP 45 is always just a nice little thing to see, but also bringing that castle against a lineup that has no way, even though they had the full attack repick, they don't have any real economical way to be dealing with the castle barricades. So this is going to slow down some of that attack. And when you look at like Brendo on the Osa, you're putting your highest fragging player on a character that in her best application is going to be used for off angles. So he's not going to be able to force as many fights. Right now, he's playing that shield up on Hookah Wall,
No.
trying to find some picks into, oh no, into billiards. And that's going to be the big focus for Fanshawe.
Thwapper getting Brendo, though, it's going to help him out a bit more. That's the top Frogger dead again early in this one. We saw the peek coming through the window of the luggage area, and there it is again, another one peeking through. Can Perza snatch it? And he does. The Slapper Boy off the board. That's the thorn in the side done. So all even again in the man count department, at least. And we see some positions trying to be gained around the map from each side. Frost trying to push up into luggage, but on the other side of things, we do see the attackers also trying to make some moves. There's one on the roof and then obviously out on the balcony of Hookah, but that other player still in a good position to coming up white, getting the kill, extra thick Ella. Getting a kill onto Frosta, then the down now onto Claws. Smoke's gonna have to try and hold up, but he can't do it. Perza through the wall. It seems finds that kill and is able to shut down the round and put Fanshawe on map and match point, trying to win 2-0 here.
I gotta say that was Marion's round to lose right there. They were looking really good. They had the early picks, and they had the attackers sort of bottled up in a couple positions. They even had a pinch between Claws and Frosta across that double door, but they actually ended up pushing a couple angles and losing lives earlier. Thwapper Boy ran out on an angle, and I get you start finding the momentum, you start finding a couple kills. It's pretty easy to go, I could probably get the third one, but just don't. You don't need to. You're on defense. You're already up. If you're ahead on defense, stay ahead on defense. That's one of the most pivotal things, just like
Indeed,
in
you
the game.
can't be too lax. Now here, they clearly are showing that they deserve a spot in playoffs, considering their competition right now. They want to get that win, push their way out, and on the other side of for Marion, it's a young roster. They have a lot to learn, and they're in the mid division to start off, right? So it's not as if this isn't easy. There are divisions below this, so maybe they'll go down a division after this too. I don't know yet. We'll have to take a look at the numbers and everything, but it's a potential thing to make them maybe find people who are closer to their skill, right? Because that is the hard thing when making these divisions. I had a helping hand in that process, so I know firsthand it's not always the easiest. There's plenty of new players. It's hard to gauge then where the roster will be as far as overall skills. So that's just something that it happens, and hopefully Marion don't take it too hard. I just think that there's a lot they could learn though. Fanshawe is showing them a lot of the traditional things you can do. You bring a lot of these lineups, but also just the attacks. They're really good at pinching. You've seen a lot of players getting caught out, getting caught on rotates, or whether two players trying to push in, or the refrags. Like Fanshawe is doing a lot of the basics that you want. A lot of the check boxes are being checked. And so I think Marion, at the very least, despite the scoreline right now, have a lot of benefits coming from this matchup.
Yeah, we see Fanshawe looking for a similar attack that we've seen previously on a kitchen. They've got that sledge who makes pretty quick work of the castle barricades. They don't want to be stuck with those again this round. And actually, it looks like they might go pretty directly for objective. I think they've got enough drone intel to know all three players that are actually anchoring up. And with someone hopping right into kitchen right now, we might see kills start coming out as Extra Thick Ella finds the first and the second on Icy and Pains, while Brendo starts putting down a plant. Extra Thick Ella is going to be down by Claus, but Claus is kind of stuck in a corner right here. They might have intel on that plant going down. Maybe not, though, if he's pulling out to take out Perza. That's a nice pick for him once again, as Copper Tiger goes down, so it's left only Brendo for the attack, and very quickly they have been mopped up. Huge impact from Claus this round.
Claws on the Eldo gets the triple on the round, shuts him down. You saw him playing over in the stock area, swinging out on different doorways, finding the kill in the bathroom, finding kill on the player trying to jump to the rotate, and then there at the end, finding Brendo playing outside, watching from the small wall at the diffuser. Wins the gunfight, surprisingly. It's not an angle that you would expect Eldo with a 1.0 sight to win, but indeed makes it happen. So Marion not done yet, trying to claw whatever gains they can. It's not over till it's over. So there is potential here to carry it over into overtime. But they need 4 more after that round. It's gonna be a lot to ask for them, but we're here for it. We're here to just watch and
Oh,
wait
yeah.
and see how does it play out.
Yeah, back to Hookah. This is their first objective. They did lose it the other time, but looking to finish it for themselves this time, especially off the back of that last victory, which was, I mean, it's not handed to them. I gotta be honest. Fanshawe had a lot of the cards in their hands there, and 100% Claus just won that round for his team. It just took a little bit of fast actions and fast call outs for the defense in order to be able to pounce on the opportunity and shut down a round so darn quickly. But this objective is one that's been a little back and forth for both teams, actually. Or no, that's entirely false. The only lost round for the other attack was on Penthouse. Never mind. But their last round didn't go so well on this objective, though. So finding some ways to shut down and not overextend into the Fanshawe attacks is going to be the thing I'm looking for in this round, because I think it was very winnable last time that Marion was here.
Very much. They had even shut down Brendo, one of the top fragers on the OSA. And then they just kind of let it slip, unfortunately. We saw some peaks coming through. We saw a push up white stairs, caught a player unawares. I think that's Frost over there. We got caught from the backside. And so that's just some stuff you can clean up, though, right? So they could definitely see him carry around into a win. But a really big thing for them, more so than Fanshawe even, is Marion really needs opening engagements. They need to get a man count, because even then they've lost rounds where they had the man advantage. So it shows how hard it would be if they didn't have it. So really, the opening kill is most important for them to get here if they want to keep this map and match alive. And see a push coming through. Thrapper Boy taking a lot of damage. Does manage to survive, but that is not the way you want to start. They're giving a lot of map control up.
Yeah, they want to keep hold of that. Thwapper Boy being a really low HP. I mean, he got a couple kills last round and made a play even there, the one that led him to die. So being a little bit behind, he's not going to be able to make those same kind of plays as Extra Thick Ella is clearing out from below. There's not really anyone in billiards for him to find below, and he won't have that off pressure to be using for himself as well with Brendo. So they're just not going to have that same intel that they would from being able to blow up a lot of pink bar. Actually, I think Ella will find a kill though on Frost to get some revenge for Brendo.
Well, at least there's the refrag, and it's back to a 4-4 count. See Claws be peeking up towards the roof, it seems, from the corridor there. But Thrapper Boy getting shut down by Extra Thick Ella. They find a second one. This is the buck below doing a lot of damage here, getting both the kills so far in this round. They're going to be trying to get some soft destruction, push these players out of the key positions so that maybe they can go for an Aqua Execute, get a plant, not allow them to push up too far to deny that plant. That's exactly what this buck is trying to do down here, while the rest of the players on attack are just trying to reposition themselves to be in the right spots to just watch out the angles they need and get this execute and plant down.
Yeah, well, there's still a couple players in sight. Pains is going to have to make his way back. He's trying to fight down below, and he actually takes out Extra Thick Ella, who's taken 2 kills for his team. That's bringing the man count to even here. Pers is going to be setting up with Shrimp Father to start pushing up on billiards. This is what they're looking at as their win con, and Pains is going to be in a position, if he's able to come up white stairs, to start trying to choke this out from behind while his teammates protect it from in hookah and behind pink bar. That is an aggressive play right there, but it's Pains who actually finds the kill instead of Icy, who's trying to push up. The man count's starting to wither down for Fanshawe now.
Losing the advantage that they had gained for a little bit there. And there's the peek out from the other side, the other corridor across the way. It's going to down Shrimp Father. Now it's up to Copper Tiger, who is going to get shut down by Pains, who's had a massive round here, trying to stay alive. Marion take another round. They're only 3 away from overtime.
That's honestly pretty much exactly what I wanted to see from the hookah defense from Marion. That really cleaned up so much, playing a lot more concerted. Whenever one player was pushing, there was someone pushing from the exact opposite angle, and Payne's really making huge impacts, playing just about everywhere that Fanshawe wasn't looking.
Now, this is I won't say it. That would be kind of mean. So I won't say it. I'll keep it to myself. But I was thinking of like this
Wes
is
never says mean things.
no, never,
You're
never.
always so darn
Uh,
polite.
try to be. But they're going to
It's like
go
the
now
nicest guy I
to a
know.
bomb site that is probably the hardest for them. Obviously, being their third choice, it's not going to be ideal. We did see that Fanshawe had pretty good success here, but
Oh no.
they did
Oh
let themselves
no.
get lackadaisical.
Did you
So,
see what I saw, Wes?
what did you see?
3 drones streamed into theater door and 3 drones got shot.
Well, this is what happens when you get the ego boosts. It's not
Yeah.
a Finca boost or ego boost now because we've just seen the lineup continuously on the other side not be what we've traditionally seen from Fanshawe. So it really is to me just having a good time, but not finishing it off when they probably could have, especially on rounds where they have a man advantage and they're just, taking swings that are a little questionable. So
Yeah.
it's whatever, though. It's where we are. We can't really do much about it. We're just here to cast it and watch how it plays out. But they do just need one more round here. One more, and they will finish it off. It'll be a 2-0 win for them, 7-4 in the first map, and we'll see what this ends up being here. And perhaps for Marion, they're hoping that this can last a little longer. Give us a few more rounds. Maybe we'll surprise you here at the end and even try and take this map away from you.
Pains was hugely impactful on Vigil last round. This time he's on a pulse, playing pretty far away from point and one of more of those vertical drop spots for typical attackers. So it might be a little hard for him to find that impact. A drone in sight is going to give a mark for a nade. It's not going to quite hit his mark from Brendo down below, although that would be hugely impactful to start off the round. Vanshot not looking to aggress directly onto the site, even though it looked a little bit like that at the start. It looked like they were going to go directly for the window, but they've got plenty of intel to be working off of, and they're trying to use this vertical pressure right off the bat. The first kill comes out for Brendo. They got the intel on Frost as well. So despite being down those early drones, they're using their intel really effectively here, also taking out Pains, and that is basically everything offsite already taken care of. They just need to start crunching down and finding these last couple players.
Aid coming through didn't quite get him though. And that's going to be player surviving in the corner there. Extra thick Ella having some impact again. Brendo and him showing up here. The laying down prone player somehow doesn't get taken out. Copper Tiger winning that gunfight. Really had no business winning it considering the situation, but it's all Claws now. Claws and Icy's trying to make it happen. That's going to be a TK from Brendo as he kills that player. As an interesting twist of events. But hey, Icy, you're going to be shut down too. Brendo finishing off. Got tired of playing with their food. I think Brendo, the 4K on the round, perhaps there, or 3K at the very least. It doesn't matter. They're going to win 7
We
3.
stack on another one for his teammate there. He was getting a little too trigger happy there to finish things out, but he does indeed get that last kill and pumping up some really nice scoreboard records as well.
Yep. Plenty of kills, 15 and 14. The two players we saw pop off in map one, again, showing up on map two. Seems like they were BMing a little bit in those last few rounds, but hey, whatever. It's done. It's over now. The pain is over, Marion. You can now go into the off season, take a look at some of these VODs, try and recapture some life as you were having a rough go of it this season. But that's okay. It happens. It's a learning lesson. It's a curve that is indeed part of learning Siege in general, but especially Siege Comp. It's a different beast than what you'd see in rank. But anyways, that does seal off the playoffs for UN. They cannot catch up to Fanshawe. And they're going to be out with Marion. And well, for Fanshawe, that's going to be the 6th seed secured for them. They're going to be able to move into playoffs. It is the bottom seed, but at least they made it.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for them. I mean, they played really well today, showed us what they can do, and clinched up that spot. I know they've been looking at this week for a while here, probably counting up all those game counts just as we have to check just what it's going to be to get themselves in. And being able to do that, I think, is going to be hugely rewarding for them. So we'll be able to get see more of Fanshawe College, I think, after a week break, confirm.
I believe so. Yep.
We'll be a week off, and then we'll be back with playoffs on the following week. So Fanshawe will have that appearance. They'll be able to see if they can fly above that station, find something a little better than that sixth seed. They're definitely going to be gunning for it and spending this off time that they have until the week after next to be trying to hone that in and finding the exact strategies that they need to pull something off against other playoff teams.
Yeah, hoping to pull an NC, if the March Madness brackets, eighth seed pushing all the way. They did lose to Kansas. If someone didn't see that, sorry for the spoils, but it happens. But they almost had it happen. They almost made the eighth seed run through the bracket. So we'll see. Can Fanshawe trying to emulate that, have success, get through into the finals of their playoff bracket? Time will tell, but we do have a break here between this matchup and the further matchup at 9 Eastern. So until then, we'll see you. That's just it for me and Tresh here, but there will be another matchup again later in tonight on this stream and on the A stream, 2-9 Eastern matchups. So stay tuned, come back, check it out. Maybe the other match is going on. I'm actually haven't gotten an update on what's going on the A stream, but they are still running. So jump
Sweet.
over there, check that out.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
know I
though.
will. Thanks everyone tuning in.
Hello and welcome back to the final week of NECC Rainbow Six. Before we get into the real nitty gritty of it, playoffs, I am Light Rose, and joining me is the lovely Time to Light.
The also very pixelated time to light, unfortunately, but I'm happy to be
Now it
here. It is,
happens.
yeah, it's the final week of the regular season. I'm excited to be here. We do have two teams with playoff hopes on the line. One of them a little bit more than the other. One just looking for a bye in that same right.
Yeah, SIUE essentially they would have to win this map or this game and then hope that Hawkeye CC does not win. Otherwise, they're gone. So the fate of their future is both in their hands and out of it at the same time. There's a lot that, you could play scenarios in your head. Meanwhile, on the other side, St. John's, who is our other opponent versus SIUE Red, they are currently not in the buy spot. If they would win, they would regain that, but if they lose, they do not get it. However, they are safe from not making the playoffs. They will make the playoffs no matter the outcome of tonight.
Yeah, they're safe, but they'd like to be a lot safer as they head into the actual
Mhm.
playoff portion. They want to get a free bye. Of course, it's 6 teams that make it into playoffs. Top two get a bye. The bottom four below that. Three plays six, four plays five, and then the number one plays the lowest remaining seed. Number two plays next, and you have your semifinals and finals going into it. It's a fun playoff structure. Stick around for the next few weeks because that's when this happens. But just to get some knowledge on some of these players, let's take an initial look here at the Southern Illinois University Edwardsville roster.
Yeah, and you can see on your board it's gonna be Pineapple Bomb, Waffles, Gold Unicorn, Hobo, and it's me, Chuck. A lot of varying different names. I love to see Hobo sticking with the .siue, and then you've just got a whole flavor. You've got the X's, you've got the XDs, and it's just I love it.
Welcome to Rainbow Six Siege. I think my favorite name is Waffles.bot because the dot bot resonates with my ranked career. It's not great. St. John's, on the other hand, let's take a look at them as we head into this one. Warlord, Smasher 113, Havoc, Conroar, and Not Sure. And luckily, I'm sure how to say all these names. It's relatively straightforward.
Yeah, and St. John's, you could see all of them being seniors. So, if there's any a time to finish out a season of NECC, it is going to be right now. Considering that all five of these should be on track to graduate, then this is going to be it for their collegiate career. You got one shot, St. John's, and it's got to start. If you start this game off with a win, you can just roll right into the playoffs.
No, Light Rose, I have a very serious question for you. Look,
Yes.
if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or would you just let it slip?
I would lose myself, honestly,
Love
in
it.
the moment, in the music. I have to admit it.
Into the map bands
Ah,
we go, taking a look at where we will head in this one. Oregon and Coastline were banned. We love to see Oregon bans. They're always my favorite thing. Bank and Villa will be played as maps numero 1 and 2. Yes, I just switched languages in the middle of my sentence twice. Clubhouse being your decider, with Cafe, much to my pleasure, also being banned.
yeah, going straight into bank. That one being SIUE's pick as well should be very, very interesting to watch whether these teams come prepared with the strategies in mind, whether they've kind of had to tweak some of the strategies from bank in the previous iteration of bank. And as we start to go on into this one, we'll see if the bans are any different. Bank can kind of be a map that you could see a lot of the same type of bans.
Map number 1, it's a bank as we head into things. SIUE Red, they actually start on the defensive side. We got baited by the map ban graphic. Get wrecked, I suppose. St. John's start on the attack. That means SIUE will get the opening ban. Bans should be relatively straightforward unless you have some target bans per teams. Maybe, huh?
Ooh. Ooh.
This either they walked away from their PCs or they intentionally banned nobody, and they had a conversation about this earlier. Um, Hobo says LMAO, so I can't tell if that was actually intentional or not. That means Thatcher's gonna be available on bank, no less. Hold up, Light Rose. They all went to start Moss. Oh no.
I'm wondering if that's, like, the excuse or if that was actually something that literally all of them were like, "Alright, guys, the map is starting. It's the perfect time to turn our attention away from the game." Oh my. But I mean, yeah, you said it. Thatcher is going to be on the board. So I think Kaid, you could actually probably keep Kaid in because Thatcher is still in play, because Maverick is still in play. But instead, he is going to be gone. So we'll see how the introduction of Thatcher, or I guess the Thatcher still being in, should make an impact, as basement is going to be our first area of entry. And we're already seeing the lineup being brought, a
Wow.
clash, an echo. I love seeing that.
The Echo, I understand. The Clash is a massive question mark for me. Hopefully, I'll get some answers later on. Hobo on the Vigil. This one's not too surprising. It is Vigil, but at the same time, you don't usually see it played at this level of play. It depends on your specific player on your team. Some people feel a lot more comfortable in that roaming presence, especially with the Vigil. The lack of information usually goes your way. St. John's, however, they have that attacker repick opportunity, so I'm not going to the attacker one yet. I do want to focus on the Valkyrie. How do you feel about the Valkyrie?
I feel like it's not much, honestly. In competitive Rainbow Six Siege, you don't see a lot of outside cameras.
Okay.
Like maybe I think on Cafe used to be some on Line, but a lot of teams just opted to keep their Valkyrie cameras in because a lot of teams just knew that they had to be aware of these certain Valkyrie camera spots. It just became commonplace. So yeah, it's technically a Valkyrie nerf, but I think overall how she's played doesn't change in the slightest. Already, Gold Unicorn actually just starting to put them down. St. John's maybe could take advantage of a quick play because it seems like SIU, they're being a little bit slow in their preparation phase, but depending on how St. John's wants to attack this, that might not mean anything in the long run.
Notable stitch I want to really bring up is Smasher 113 going from that Thatcher on towards that Finca. They realize on the St. John side that Southern Illinois, Edwardsville are not bringing any electricity based operators other than the Clash, but I don't recall if the Clash is affected by the Thatcher EFP, so I'm not going to go into that one. The visual wouldn't be affected, nor would Valkyrie cameras for any more than 3 or 4 seconds, and even then they wouldn't fall off. So it's not a good pick to bring the Thatcher, so they don't. Even with it on the board, they still make educational decisions at a university, no less, to not.
I think something to note, Underlight, is that recently we got the delta of how the operators were picked, their win rates, everything. And an interesting thing to note, Montaigne was found dead in a ditch. Montaigne is getting no play time, has no win rate at all, and I think it's due to one player, and that is going to be Osa. Ooh, that Osa being used as a shield, it's not going to mean anything, actually, as Hobo right in this elevator, they're going to be able to find 2, and that's going to be huge, as now you are going to lose that heal, and you are going to lose that bulletproof shield that might allow you entry, and instead it's just going to be the defensive shield on the side of the Clash.
Notably, the Vigil has exited stage left. They have vacated the premises, run for their lives, and notably kept it in their hands. About 60 HP left over for the roaming Korean op, and this is looking good so far for the SIUE side. Notably, some damage done, even more so onto the St. John's half. They're already 2 men down. And there's not a lot of ground to show for it. They haven't gained a lot of real estate on this attacking side. There's some information onto Waffles playing at the top of blue, but past that, you're not getting very far. The asphyxiation bolts have already been used on the Capital, so those aren't going to get you anywhere whatsoever. St. John's, as there's only 30 seconds left, have little real estate, no man control whatsoever, and not much to work off of.
Oh, there is going to be an equalizer there. It's 1 as Pineapple Bomb goes down, but Warlord takes a lot of damage, and they have to be very careful because if Waffles is able to tag Warlord, they're going to do a lot of damage. They just need 1 more. We are going to see Warlord go down, but Heretic's going to be able to put the diffuser and through the smoke. That is going to be Winged Hussar gone, so it's just going to be Heretic in a 1v4. SIU should be able to have this, but it's just about taking care of the Habana. One is down, but now that you've got this Clash available, that's going to make this post plant so much easier for this defensive side. But oh, Waffles takes a lot of damage. One bullet might do it. Hobo is going to get revived as Waffles gets taken down. Are we going to see a double peak? There we are. And a little bit too close for comfort there for SIUE. They're going to be able to defuse the diffuser. And a lot, like I said, time to light a lot closer than you want that.
My heart rate cannot handle rounds like this. However, my anxiety is all here for it. SIUE win a round that they should have with a 3-man advantage, no less. However, it was a lot more labored than it should have ended up. Yeah, they win the round. It looked a little dicey, though, and that cannot happen consistently. That or it's going to fall apart in the long run. You cannot rely on just pushing somebody with all 3 or 4 players to a single door. The Habana, in all fairness to her, was in a good position for that post plant. Luckily for the Clash, the Capital was already low, so you got the down, and then you hit the wild shot through the smoke. Not even aiming at that person, by the way. They were trying to find the Capital sitting in their own smoke, yet shoot a different person. Wow.
I mean, when you've got literally everybody clustered in just a singular area and you can just able to spray, sometimes you're able to get lucky. And in that situation, I think that might have been, looking back, that could have been the key to allowing SIUE to kind of claim that round. But second floor, we're going to see some changes on the defensive side. No more Clash, and instead we're going to see a Wamai, an Alibi, and a Frost. So I think very different operators when it comes to the core of the gadgets that we see. We'll see how whether Soy is able to use those prismas, how Waffles, we do see 2 being deployed by Printer, but St. John, we see they've got information operators, they got drones, so if they get caught by the Frost Mats, that's just simply their fault.
Sometimes you just have to drone yourself out. They are not bringing the Vigil this time around, which I think is notable, so the drones will have a little bit more efficacy on finding both operators and some utility, noting that those welcome mats are being brought this time around. In goes an Ioniclone. It won't find anything other than a little bit of information on towards that Wamai. In goes an EMP. That should land, taking out a couple magnets, and that's exactly what happens. Another one thrown in to boot. Can they take out this Wamai early? If they do, it's going to be a collapse on towards this A side, but they have to be quick about it. They cannot shut themselves down. They hesitate, and it costs them. Unstoppable is apparently stoppable as the opener goes the way, yet again, of Hobo, this time with that AUG in hand.
Yeah, now that means that those magnets are going to be able to be refreshed. We do see the ADS is available, so any frag grenades of the sort are simply going to get shut down. And there's a double for Hobo. This hallway is just so deadly. Warlord, it's such a risk trying to peek that deployable shield that you wonder why they keep doing it. You do see a little bit of a trade that Hobo takes some. Warlord takes a lot in the process. And for St. John, this attack is just not piling up to a success.
Warlord does find one across into Waffles using the Air 33, but is immediately traded. A nice swing from Pineapple Bomb domes Warlord, who is now dead. The Thatcher off the board, but notably, they've dealt with everything they could have. Again, they're not bringing the Cade. What was that? Oh, can I finish a sentence before Heretic just... Oh, no. Okay. No, I can't finish the sentence. Apparently, Heretic in a 1 versus 3. It's a 4K clutch required here for the ace this time around. For all of you mathematicians out there, it's easier said than done, but it can still happen. They may go try and pick up this Sophia. They should have heard the Frost Map, but I don't know if they know that it has not been picked up. Apparently they do, as Heretic is looking to push through. Hobo will get yet another 3K. 6 kills through 2 rounds. Wow.
I mean, that was their fault. I literally mentioned that the only way that Frostmat has any effectiveness is if it's simply not droned out. And at a certain point, you will see that people will just shoot the floor no matter what, just to make sure that there's not a Frostmat below them. And unfortunately for St. John's, they just weren't not prepared. So Hobo bringing the Frost again, but we're still seeing a lot of changes from SIU, and I like that, a Mozzie and an Oryx. So it feels like we're just kind of playing roulette, and it seems to be working out. These operator changes are having an impact on both of these rounds, both of these sites. And will this third site and third round, how is the Oryx going to be able to use the hatches, and how are they going to use the drones that Waffles might be able to deny to really roam around the map?
They're opening up the hatch in towards the stock side, and again, we're seeing those same frost mats put down. This time, hobo on the frost, making sure your feet are not safe, or in this case, your ankles. That's really what's caught out in those frost mats. Waffles switching over to the Mozzie, as you mentioned, and Say the Bean. I think this is my favorite operator in the game of Rainbow Six. Personal opinion, of course, but Oryx is always so fun to play. You have that movement speed, you have the MP5, along with the Bailiff. Ironically, there's no judge in the game of Rainbow Six Siege, though. I think Valorant's taken that torch.
I mean, I think the technical name being the judge, the bailiff, but I think right now SIUE's performance is kind of being the judge of this match so far. They have won each round with 3 members still alive. Hobo is 6-0 currently. A lot of deaths being, or a lot of kills being attributed to them, and we could see a lot of early engagements happen. If Soy the Bean is not caught out, they are going to be caught out by Smasher. So a lot of awareness on St. John's, making sure that they have to be aware of the roamer nearby, because if they get caught out early once again,
Oh no.
and at that point, you just wonder where was the communication.
I don't. There didn't have to be any. Smasher droned that out himself. That was the Iana clone that walked up and found Say the Bean. Yet just didn't come through. Also, that's Soy the Bean. Nice nade, by the way. Unstoppable. Kobe, that one up there. Down goes the Oryx. Soy the Bean is now Soy the Death. They did try and clear out this Valkyrie cam. That is the indication of what the Iana was doing. Apparently, they were unsuccessful as they got shot in the head. Hobo getting peeked, needs to drop, and does just that. Will stay alive for the time being. But again, it's looking dire for this SIUE side. St. John's are finally showing some life here on the attack. There's another for Warlord, trying to get a third. Indeed, they will, at least a third favoring the St. John's side. Swinging into Pineapple Bomb as well. It's Hobo in a 1 versus 4, just with a 9 mil. This is looking, like I said, dire for SIUE, and their tertiary site just not favoring them whatsoever. Open area might have been the better call.
I mean, it turns out you can't win rounds when you just let one player literally rummage through your site, finding kill after kill. The Finka boost helped there as well, making sure that you were able to reload quickly, aim down the sights quickly. So now with St. John's having an equalizer round, we still need to make sure that they're able to fight on these other 2 sites with Basement, with CEO. If they're able to counterpunch with victories on those sites, then we could see them really start to pick up steam, go on forward, because 2 rounds, it can get you places, but you have to make sure that you can build off of that and not essentially fall off a cliff of victory.
So now, when I play my competitive matches, I prefer to stop winning at 7 rounds, because then I just go on to the next map as a victor. I don't have that difficulty of possibly losing the map, because I just have won 7 rounds. It's just that easy. Click heads, win rounds, win map. Simple as that.
Mechanically,
I feel like I should be a coach. Have the universities thought of bringing me on as a coach? That seems like it could be a great idea.
What is your number 1 advice that you would give?
Click heads, forehead. That's all it comes down. You just tap
that
heads.
Is how TSM. That is how TSM won the SI. That advice.
That's also how they lost a Mirage.
Well, they've got a lot more to go for.
True. There's still a lot of NAL left. There's still a lot of NECC left as well. We do have this final week of the regular season. These final 2 games here and on the official twitch.tv/NECC_esports channel. They're still running. Plus, you still have playoffs, so don't go anywhere. We still have a lot more R6 action and other action as well. There's still Valorant here. You still have a lot of Rocket League going on. Don't miss out. Or your meme.
Of course, collegiate esports is a blast. Just seeing all these multitude of matches, seeing the different levels of skill, the different levels of strategy. it's always pretty enjoyable no matter what the level is. I mean, it might be enjoyable for different reasons, but I mean, in the end, fun is fun.
Seems like the fun this time around is going to just follow the Iona clone around the side, Unstoppable being the aforementioned fun after the nice Kobe nade from last round. Iona clearing out everything. Nice speed about this, by the way. St. John's are crossing their T's, dotting their I's. After falling to the frost mat, they're not going to repeat, and Hobo will be cleared out quickly. They do their due diligence and remove the Vigil early. No early double kill this time around, and killless through the final 2 rounds, or the previous 2 rounds, including this one for Hobo. It hasn't looked great compared to the very high bar they set for themselves through those opening 2.
Yeah, but I mean, there kind of is an equal on the side of St. John's. Warlord having 6 as well. So it seems that both of these teams have this one player that has really taken charge with kills. But the only difference in this round is that Warlord is still alive. They still have the can openers that they're able to use. We see them opening up that hatch. So a lot of utility by St. John's being used. And they still have a decent amount of time at their back. They don't have any smoke grenades like we saw. Actually, they do have a smoke grenades. Excuse me. They have the Capital. So a lot is still ready to deploy. We see a frag grenades, concussions going all out. It seems it's try to find the Jaeger, but Jaeger is not there, my friends.
The Jaegers vacated the premises, and justifiably so. A dump of utility in towards that server side. More nades being prepped in towards site. They're trying to prep this push from multiple angles. The multi-dimensional attack is something that St. John's were missing last time around here on the basement. Winged Hussar trying to prep that as well. Concussions should be thrown in. That'll gain both information and ground if they can push off of it. Warlord will be cleared. Nice swing from Gold Unicorn. But can they build off of that? Pineapple Bomb, well, is dropped, and the answer seems to be no. Soy the Bean and Waffles left alone in a 2 versus 4. They're finally pushing on towards the side, but the diffuser's down inside of this vault. There's one. There's a second. Looking for a third. The MP5 runs out of bullets. Soy will fall. Waffles falls elsewhere. It falls apart there for SIUE, and St. John's equalize.
I think you could, using God mode, we could actually see that was kind of the perfect scenario that you want as somebody hiding behind a shield. That almost all of St. John's was just kind of lined up, ready to be mowed down. And it was dangerously close to that happening. If Soy the Bean was able to find the Zofia there, we could have seen SIUE actually find victory in the round, because St. John's, they were able to get an early lead, but it felt that they just didn't really find solid footing. You mentioned Diffuser was down with about 10 seconds left and just a mad sprint onto site. So still a lot of strategy that can be done by St. John, especially when it comes to site execution. This basement side, they've struggled a little bit. They got the plant down in that first round, but they weren't really able to exit the site with a lot of caution by their side. So with St. John's having 2-2 scoreline, that is a lot of confidence that you can have because you just won the site, but now you want to take the lead. Going back to basement, you do have the advantage.
Waffles switches. I want to highlight that super duper quickly. The Goyo being brought through compared to the Wamai of times past. This is a good call, I think, but it depends on how those newfound Goyo canisters, rather than the shields, are used. One of them notably towards the vault under that hatch around the spiral desk. The others should be used towards those vital entryways, one most likely towards security, one probably garage, another towards the bottom of main stairs. That just seems like the notable parts you want to put them at. Some people decide differently, others decide exactly as I said. Depends on your team and how you want to play around them. It seems like SIUE Red are making that call. Pineapple Bomb just prepping on these security stairs. And again, Smasher going to be crossing their T's, dotting their I's, clearing out this top floor quickly. How quickly can they do it? That is the real question. It seems like they've already cleared out that far west side. So down to the middle floor they go, clearing this part out. Wait a second, Smasher. Have they cleared Hobo, who has not popped that ability? This could hurt. Does Heretic clear this? They haven't. Wait a second.
Oh, no.
Hobo has a lurk, and an unchecked one at that. They don't clear it. Oh no! They still haven't cleared it. Oh no! There's no
This
way.
is the most devious lick, right? There have been at least 3 or 4 drones that have gone by. Hobo has not used their ability, but they don't find a kill as well. And Unstoppable is able to save the catastrophe that could occur. And now St. John's is going to have a 2-man advantage, as it seems that this basement attack might be inevitable as we're getting closer and closer to that 60-second margin. And now that Pineapple Bomb has been found out, this could go disastrous.
There's an ADS back here. I don't know if there's any more than the one we see. In goes the swing onto a clone. You've been jebaited, my friend, and it may just cost you your life. In goes a concussion. They're just baiting out utility at this point. Nice nade. Down goes Pineapple Bomb. A second kill for Unstoppable. The first did not land. That's actually a third for Unstoppable, notably. The first nade didn't land over and up top onto Hobo because Hobo vacated the premises. That time it did, and they're already planting this diffuser in towards that security side. So the bean popping on the Echo drone, theirs has already been taken away towards that site. A quad for Unstoppable. The ace will be shut down, but it's still Soy the Bean in a 1 versus 5. The ace clutch scenario for the Echo, and I'm going to echo this a few times. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, 4 members alive in that post-plant scenario. Your chances are almost none. But one thing to note is that we have seen almost kind of a radical change in how these rounds have ended up. That is 3 in a row for St. John's. And something to mention is that we saw the shift in the third round is they focused a lot more on the roam. We've seen the Yana followed by the Finca on that second floor. It almost came back to bite them in the butt, with the Vigil just very sneakily avoiding detection. But in the end, if you can't find your shots, then how are you going to win the round?
Click heads, forehead. You just got to click heads. Again,
Right, we
prime
should have followed
coaching.
your coaching expertise.
Yeah, prime coaching coming through. I do think that SIUE Red are a little bit better in this top floor, understandably so. They're going back to it. This was a strong site for them. I'm surprised they didn't go back to it last round and then maybe try open area this time around. Going back to the basement just didn't seem like the play. Again, you're looking at a round where St. John's dominated the majority of it, yet SIUE Red still tried to sit on site even after losing that roam, and it just collapsed on them. And understandably so, St. John's had so much real estate to work with. They had the hatches open. They had a lot of ground built up as well, and Unstoppable was an unstoppable force, and the immovable object was nowhere to be found on that southern Illinois Edwardsville side. The defense was lackluster, to say the least, and now they're forced to tie things up themselves. I thought SIUE Red had the advantage, yet a hat-trick of rounds in a row and unanswered for St. John's means they have the lead.
I think the main question when it comes to this round is, what is St. John's going to do that is going to be different? Because they were kind of met at an impasse at this hallway. Hobo was able to sit behind the shield and just fire magnets away and just find success. So how are St. John's? Are they going to be able to use the frag grenades? We do see them opening a hole very, very quickly. They should not get caught by the frost mats twice. If they do, things could go wrong. But Hobo still is able to find one. It doesn't matter if they're by the hallway, by the skylight. They are going to get the opening kill for SIUE the first time in 3 rounds. St. John's are now looking to try to find a way to even this one up, but the frag grenade is going to get caught by the ADS.
Second nade prepped, though, and there's a Valkyrie sitting on a cam right under that window. No, they're fine. Turns out a small amount of damage won't kill you, especially when the nade lands about 20 to 30 feet from you. Just a little bit of shrapnel damage, nothing more, nothing less. Soy trying to set up this impact trick, but they have to focus on getting the kills. Turns out they don't even have to. Waffles and Hobo both taking that torch. Earlier on, by the way, Warlord was caught walking up those side stairs. That's going to cost you your life every day of the week when you're running around like an elephant and, well, you have no idea where you're going or what you're shooting at. Hobo knows exactly what he's shooting at. That's a quad? Are you kidding me? Hobo with 4. All of them headshots. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. SIUE, tie things up.
And that is something to look forward to now going on to this attacking side. Who's to say who has the advantage now? when we're swapping to this defensive side for St. John's. They are going to choose to go to the second floor for their first attack. But what are they going to do? Are they going to try to do the same thing that SIU did? They're not bringing the Wamai. They're instead bringing a Mute and an Aruni. So a lot of utility denial, wall denial for the first time. That is something to look at. And on the other side of the pond, we need to make sure what the swaps are if they're going for some type of swaps, because a lot of times it's seeming like it is just about info and utility denial because the Zeros has those zaps, because Twitch has those zaps. What are they going to try to do to change up this attack?
Personal opinion, just bring the Zero. Honestly, again, personal opinion, y'all can roast me if you want. Best operator in the game. For a multitude of reasons, you have those hard breach utilities. You actually have the Zero to take out that hard breach denial by yourself. And notably, the SC3000 is a great gun, and if you want to use it, the MP7 isn't that bad either. Not my preference personally, but you do you, I suppose. You're playing the game, I'm just talking about it. Hobo is going to completely shut me up because he's mean and switches to the Ash, so there goes my point. But the attacking side for Southern Illinois still looking relatively decent. They have the Twitch, they have that Thermite. They don't really need anything more than that. The Zero really wasn't necessary past default information. Unless you have relatively good positionings for those Argus cameras, there's no real reason to bring it over top of what you may want to throw in as a gunner, just the Ash.
And SIU choosing to go for a northwest entry instead of by alley. So it seems they're trying to make sure that main entrance is clear and maybe go through there, as Gold Unicorn is just kind of slinging the drones through there. As right now, it's kind of the calm before the storm. We see a lot of drones going forward. Skylight is being pressured by these attackers, but St. John's, being the smarter team they are, aren't really going to try to contest. They're just going to rely on their utility, on their frost mats, on their Surya gates, and the mute jammers that are going to try to deny the walls the best that they can.
Waffle's bringing that OSA we were talking about earlier, and I want to get your opinion on the OSA for two different reasons. Number one, you were talking about it having the pick rate well above the Monty for obvious reasons. It's a little bit better depending on how you use it. And number two, you have the weaponry that is just massively superior, but the PDW-9. What are your thoughts of that over top of the 5.56.11 that Thermite also brings?
I personally prefer the 5.56. I think having that ACOG, having a very low recoil, and a consistent amount of both damage and fire rate, that is my personal preference. But with the PDW, you're able to slap that 1.5 on it. You've got a much higher fire rate, a much higher magazine. That is something that a lot of people will prefer because it gives you a much higher chance of hitting those headshots. And when you're behind these OSA shields, the more bullets that you have to fire away, the kind of deadlier a threat that you will be. We're seeing these walls get opened up. We just saw the Twitch drones actually take out the mute jammers, but now SIU, they need to attack. They're going to have 4 smoke canisters in their pockets. They have OSA shields. They have Finka boost. There's so much that they can do to attack here. They even have 2 Ash grenades, 1 more actually, and that should destroy the Surya gate. Here goes the shield, possibly, as Heretic is going to try to equal away, and there is going to be 2 there for SIUE.
There's that PDW we were talking about earlier, the high fire rate, just straight through the wall. Everything's a one-shot headshot. Doesn't really matter about how much damage you do at that point. Smasher playing a long range, though. There's that one-shot headshot I was talking about. But they have to back away. They're not in a good position to deal with this, and they get swung by everybody. Warlord from below finds that diffuser. In goes the Deagle. It's not going to find anything. They have some pings. Can they get the kill here? That's the real question. The shot's coming through. Do they land? He needs to reload. There's the shot. He hits it. He pulls it off. Warlord with the clutch from below. The devil from hell. He's the Satan to shut it down. Wow.
Oh man, those Valkyrie cameras coming in absolutely clutch, able to use those Z-pings and the desperation that could almost come at the end there, because the fact that round, if they ran out of ammo, that round was over. That was their one shot at losing, and thank God their MPX had some bullets in it, because Whew. That is one round for St. John's that they're going to be able to absolutely heist away from SIUE. They're going to be able to make sure that they win that second floor, even by just the inches. Now they're going to be able to go to basement, use the Tachanka, use the Maestro. So already we can see that they are intending to really anchor on this site.
I just want to highlight the Tachanka again. I know you just said it, but Tachanka exists and is not a meme pick. I remember when we used to say Tachanka out loud, yet we were completely joking. And now it's a viable option. And it's kind of like smoke in this scenario. I'm going to make the controversial call and say Tachanka is almost as good as smoke. Now that smoke cannot play inside of their own smokes, which wasn't a massive change to the competitive scene anyway.
Yeah.
I just want to say Tachanka still has that hard reachability. They don't have the SMG-11, notably. That's the one thing I really want to highlight. But they also have that shield that the smoke can bring. They have the DP, which has massive damage, by the way, regardless of the fire rate, depending on how you want to look at it. Plus, they have more Shamika launchers, overall covering more time on the clock compared to the only 3 toxic babes for the SAS operator of Smoke. Again, it's up to preference like a lot of these things are. Like we were talking about earlier, OSA, you can bring the PDW or the 5.56.11, neither of which are trolling, both of which are very viable. It's up to your own preference. Hobo brings the 0 this time around, as we see St. John's go to the basement. It's what you want to do. That's the beauty of Rainbow Six Siege.
And Warlord has been such an important person for St. John's. And just as I start to talk about Warlord, they are going to be gone for the round, but it's not going to be too long before Pineapple Bomb is going to immediately going to get found up. They're struggling a little bit when it comes to the kill count. And the red, that feels so wrong. It feels so wrong
Somebody
to
called
not
cops.
bring the Tachanka site. Like, he is the only operator that gets it. You got to bring it.
You get 2 options when you bring the DP-27. You can either use the Tachanka site, the only one that is allowed to bring it, as you said, or you get the Scorpion Hollow. Those are your only 2 options. Nothing more, nothing less. Red Dot seems criminal. Somebody call the cops. Put the man under arrest. That is just mean, to say the least. Nonetheless, it's still a call that is up to preference. And again, the beauty of another thing that Rainbow Six Siege added is the preference you can bring through in that sense as well. Some RCXDs are going to be thrown in, better known as the Reteras. I don't think they're going to find all that much. Maybe an Evil Eye or 2, taking away some of that. The 9mm just barely misses. Heretic almost gets domed themselves. But overall, this is still a decent position for them. And speaking of those Shamika launchers, 3 of them already used, pushing this SIUE side out of the B site. A site.
Yeah, those Shumika launchers really doing the work. You can see they have 9, but now they're going to have 0, as we are going to see SIU have the advantage. Wing 2 starts taking a lot of damage in the process, and Smasher's not going to be able to equal it up. About 20 seconds left, and there's not much Heretic can do besides just look at this OSA shield. It's just going to be them versus the world, a 1v4 post-plant situation, and it's not going to happen. Like we said, your odds are completely gone, as SIUE is back once again to equal it on up at 4-4.
And even these teams cannot separate themselves from one another, justifiably so. Both of them have their time in the limelight. I do want to highlight the 0 pick once again, and the unfortunate position that we saw that Maestro in, the only bit of plant denial remaining on St. John's in that scenario, was what we saw on the 2 impact grenades. Neither of them were used at all in that round on the Maestro, who ended up falling to the aforementioned 0 I was talking about earlier, the SC3000K still being nuts. Want to highlight that one again. But with that shield down for the OSA, they were in a good position. They couldn't be denied by anybody other than that Maestro, and they were well aware of it. And they dealt with the Maestro very quickly as well. Again, crossing your T's, dotting your I's. This time it's SIUE to do so. Still a round win for the attacking side. Speaking of which, like I said earlier, we're tied right back up.
I think something to mention is the kill count that hobo seems to be racking up 13-3 so far, having over a 3 KD, clearly the highest in the lobby. And I think that a lot is why SIUE is able to win these rounds, is that they're able to fall back. Not only do they get these advantages due to Hobo, they're able to stick themselves in the site, use the utility that they have, like Waffles' shield. They're able to have Hobo say, all right, we've got these kills. We're going to be able to find them consistently overall. And St. John's don't exactly have an answer to them. There isn't one person who on St. John's is going to be like Hobo. Instead, it's just kind of an overall mellowish consistency. Is Unstoppable, who we have seen earlier get 4Ks, is going to be going off the board as Soy the Bean once again gets that opening frag.
Still looking at SIUE get openers, and it's been a consistent thing for them. St. John's in that same right. Every time they've gotten an opener, they've looked really good on their own rounds. But now that St. John's are down a man, that Jaeger being off the board, that fragging power is now lacking. They already put down the utility. I think that's the one highlight. But, and I say but notably, St. John's aren't out of this one just yet. That roamer delayed a lot of time. There's already a minute off the clock. Hobo hasn't even entered the building yet and has Argus cameras to give themselves information. I really hope I didn't see that magnet go straight into the Aruna gate. I'm going to be really upset if that's what happened. I'm pretty sure it went to the right side, but you never know with our 6 hitboxes.
Oh, and here comes that shield. It's very, very important. Waffles, it's actually going to get destroyed. They have one left, so where are they going to put it? It's not going to go in the site. That is something important. We saw it did. Ooh, it didn't go down. That could be round changing. Warlord tries to push. They're going to take a lot of damage in the process as Pineapple Bomb finds their own. But now here comes the shield. It's going to be able to go in the site. And whatever shred of hope might happen could be diminished right there and then. Husar might try to peek this door, but they're being very, very cautious, because if they're able to find one, which they are, they do a little bit of damage to Waffles, but they've made their presence known and they've made their threateningness of that LMG known as well, as we reach the 60-second margin.
Hobo still behind, back in that elevator position we saw earlier, and Winged Husar is aware of it, but do they clear it? That's the real question. They have to now. The shot's coming through. There's the information, but here's the swing, and oh, Hobo's given the info. The Twitch drone at your feet will spell your demise if you are the Maestro in that scenario, and the Z-axis being played that time around by the Habana. That will kill you every day of the week. The Aruni will fall, and SIUE will take their lead right back. The first time, notably, they've had this lead since it was 2-1 back in round number 4.
Yeah, and CEO is going to be our place of contention. SIUE could go on map point. And remember the last time we were here? It was round thievery at its finest. So St. John's, I don't think they're expected to kind of have the same result with the same type of performance, because that is something that you're going to have once in a game. It's something you can rely on. The only thing you can rely on is your own strategy, your own skill, and your teammates in general. And St. John's just seem to be very inconsistent with all of those in general. We've seen a lot of quietness from Unstoppable, who on the attacking side was just kind of shredding through SIUE on certain rounds. And overall, St. John's, we just haven't seen many kills from them. I believe they have found maybe 4 or 5 this entire half.
Yeah, that's 3 rounds where you're not doing a lot. And the notable reason they've only found that 1 round was because of Warlord's underplay in round number 1 of the half, or round number 7 of the game, for all of you who like to deduce it that way. It was the C4 to land earlier on, it dropped the diffuser, then you had the deagle shots to come through and expose it, and finally the diffuser tried to get put down with 0 seconds on the clock. It just didn't go far enough. The information was there from the pre-placed Valkyrie cameras at the beginning of the round, utilized perfectly. The information was given by the team. The yellow pings were immaculate, and that's the catalyst to the W, at least for round number 7. But that's the last time St. John's pulled out a W, and that wasn't even a justified W. It was a good play, but it's not a round that team should be winning such as that, because if you try and rely on that consistently, you're going to lose maps. That's just a matter of fact.
I think the shield of Osa has been very, very round defining. It's St. John's have kind of struggled to deal with it. Last round, they brought the impacts when Mai was able to throw those out, but there are no impacts on this round. There's only Smasher, who's kind of by blue, and Gold Unicorn's not going to be able to spot them out. The Twitch drone is not in the right position at the right time, and this could be wonderful if it's not caught out. It's hoping, you're hoping, and right now their position still is not given away, and the hope of a devastating roam is still intact. And I think the longer that this round goes on, the more power Smasher has in blue. And now that Waffle has gone down, that could be huge for St. John's.
Do they have the information though? Waffle's downed, but they don't have the info. Apparently they don't, as Waffle gets picked right back up. Nice C4 thrown in. Monty is not Osa, or Osa is not Monty, so not as immune to those C4s. Smasher sees him and should get the kill. Does indeed. The Commando 9 use Soy the Bean just blew up Waffles. Oh my goodness.
How does that happen?
With an RCXD just blew up his teammate. Oh my goodness. I think this is worse than Frostmats.
Yeah, no. I mean,
that's-
with Rocheros, you get the timer as well.
And it's your
death
teammate.
might... Oh my. Oh my.
That's-
Unfortunate that the turn of events for SIU is happening this way, because if they were able to find victory, which it is still possible, then they could be on map point. But now that you have lost Gold Unicorn, with Soy the Bean 1 bullet away from death, Hobo is going to have to absolutely go nuclear for St. John's to win this round. But as we reach 20 seconds, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Yes, they have 14 kills, and they might reach 20 depending on how long this match goes. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen time to light. Now that you have Soybean fully away, it's going to be a flawless round for St. John's, and that is a defiant, flawless round that they really need.
I just want to highlight really quick, Warlord has gotten both of the final kills when they've defended the top site. Now, in massively different scenarios, notably enough, but that's just a stat for all of you people who love to follow them. SIUE, that was a questionable attack, to say the least. Not crossing their T's and dotting their I's, like we saw just a few rounds before.
Crossing
St.
their
John's,
I's, dotting their T's.
yeah, that's exactly what they did. They looked like they fumbled the bag, whichever bag was left over for them. I liked the defense from St. John's. Now, albeit they were gifted just a little bit, and I see 4 thrown in earlier on. That was a strong showing for Warlord, and of course, to close things out later on, that helped. And Soy the Bean also blowing up his teammate with the Rotero drone. That certainly didn't hurt the St. John's effort.
Isn't crossing your I's and dotting your T's just making more I's and more T's? If you're crossing an I, doesn't that make a T?
It is past 9 p.m. Philosophical questions will go right over my head.
This is, look, we're in the point of the night where we got to ask these real deep questions, these real meaningful questions about life.
Well, speaking of which, hey Twitch chat, what's the meaning of life? No, please don't answer that. That is a bait.
42.
42? That seems like the greatest decision ever. A little backwards, if I do say so myself, but St. John's.
Please tell me you get the reference.
I do.
Okay,
That's
thank
it's
you.
a little backwards.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the joke. Moving on, round 11. St. John's defending the bottom floor. How do you feel about their bottom floor defense?
Their bottom floor defense, I think the Maestro isn't being utilized to its fullest. I think the cameras really aren't being placed or used in the best of spots. I mean, I love seeing the LMG being used. I think USAR is using it well. They're just not finding advantageous positions. A lot of times they've gone up against Hobo on these sides, and you don't want to go against the 14-4 player. But St. John's, the thing is, they have a player up in second floor, Smasher, who, remember last time, they had a very, very impactful position on side of blue stairs, and they could once again make such a huge impact. But oh no, Smasher's gonna get spotted out. They're gonna deal some damage to Waffle, but it's not gonna be enough for them to really snap their head into position. But I think the timer now here is just about ticking the seconds off the clock, seeing if you can just waste more utility.
I mean, there's already 90 seconds gone. One nade used for Waffles, who's now been adrenal stimmed up. Do they clear this coast corner? They will indeed. There you go, finally clearing out Smasher for the first time in 2 rounds. This time, the Lurk will not be as effective. It didn't find a kill, but it certainly wasted a crap ton of time. There's already 1:50 gone, 1:10 remaining, and they have barely broken into anything. They finally take open area control, but they have the rotation available. Does the castle? Speaking of the rotation, Unstoppable is there as well. This is an interesting roam, to say the least. SIUE are susceptible to everything, including the ever-loving clock on this defensive side. It always favors the defense unless that diffuser is ticking away. And Unstoppable is about to walk up just south stairs. Why not, right? Peeking around, down goes Waffle's head. 3 versus 3 with 40 seconds left. And Light Rose, they don't have the diffuser in their hand. Gold has now picked it up, so that's not the end of the world. But they need to bring this one back quickly. They need to go.
St. John's have had to have their head on a swivel for this round to have a chance, but now that Hobo has dropped, the execution has started. Gold Unicorn is going to go down, and so is Hobo. 1 player left. They've got an LMG, and they're not going to be able to revive themselves there, as St. John's is going to put themselves on map point, and they choose where we go for this round 12 site, and they have to execute to make sure that they claim SIUE Red's map.
Unstoppable with finally a good play on the defensive side. Notably, before this round, they had 1 kill in the defense. If I did my math correctly, I think they went 7 and whatever on the first half, and since then hadn't gotten a kill. They got 1 last round, and well, they got 1 this time around as well. It was a good showing that time from the Vigil. The flank was set up properly. They had the lack of info used on their own side, and well, of course, the clutch factor, getting the final 3 kills, that doesn't hurt at all. St. John's, as you said, map point on SIUE's map pick. This is not looking good for the Edwardsville squad. Unstoppable with a 4K that time around. If they can build off of this, even if they don't, the rest of the team morale has to be high, and they opt for the open area as the tertiary bomb site.
And Rome is very crucial on this site because you're going to have execution from the top floor. We can already see Hobo and Waffles bringing soft destruction. If they're able to wreak havoc on that second floor, then that's going to make this execution, the plant, that much easier because you're just going to have St. John's absolutely scrambling for their life. So a lot of pressure might go on Smasher, might go on whoever will be up there. It seems like it's going to be Warlord. So the information is going to be absolutely extremely impactful for SAU. They're not bringing any operators that have it, except possibly for the Twitch. We're going to have to see how they choose to use their drones, where they choose to use it, and where they choose to even enter the building, because if they choose incorrectly, it could be the map.
I don't know what I feel about the St. John's defense. This is an odd extension in towards admin down below. Usually you don't see that. And notably, why? Are they faking like they're tellers? I feel like that's the best case scenario for them, but with Gold Unicorn using that Twitch drone and finding the fact that the stock hatch is reinforced, there's no way that they think it's tellers, right? They have the rotation in through the closet. Heretic puts a frost mat there. They're still prepping with a minute into the round. What?
Oh, that's... Ooh, they got to be super careful about that. And you're not going to have Smasher. You're not going to have anybody up on that second floor. That is quite possibly a mistake, but I think it all depends on how SIUE wants to initiate. We're seeing that hammer just absolutely being brought down. And I think they're confused too. They're expecting something on the second floor, but nobody's there. It's free for the taking, and you're going to absolutely do away with this what you can. But Hobo takes a lot of damage from that first floor. Could have been round changing, but instead they're going to be able to get away, possibly get healed up by Soy the Bean. And right now with Unstoppable finding the first kill, that could be huge as we now reach about a minute with 5 seconds. If St. John's can find kills through the floor, they could make this, what was supposed to be hell, absolute heaven.
They've opted for the horizontal roam rather than the vertical one. Not the normal decision from teams, especially on the open area and kitchen site, but one that is still viable, albeit not very used or very popular, but viable nonetheless. And that curveball coming through from St. John's may just catch SIUE Red off guard. Smasher back in that same position at the top of the blue stairs. This could cost SIUE the round if they don't clear it, and it doesn't look like they will. Warlord finds yet another opener favoring this defensive side. The Mark 14 this time around, getting that kill. Sometimes single fire weapons are just as good, if not better, and Smasher with a flank finds one. There's a second as well. They both go down. They will both fall. That may just cost them the map. Not checking Smasher for the second time in 4 rounds. Waffles in a 1 versus 4. It's just not going to happen. St. John's will take their opponent's map pick and take one extra step towards that first round bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, and that means that still to make the playoffs, St. John's, they need to find at least one map. And if St. John's are able to win 2-0, and we do see SIUE not find a single one, then SIUE are going to be 100% confirmed out based on round differential. So this second map, it's going to be pretty big for SIUE because it is just going to be the difference between playoffs and not playoffs. And you do not want to see your season end when you could have gone all the way. So the second map of Villa is going to be not SIUE's map pick, which is they're going to have to find a way to flip it on the script and absolutely come away with the W.
This is a possibility, to say the least, and looking at our standings, St. John's, if they win 2-0 here, and Bryant, on the main stream, by the way, lose to St. Clair, with a little bit of round differential going the way of St. John's, which it will if they win this, they will take first place from 4th place. That's how close the top 4 are, with St. Clair being just behind St. John's at 3-3 compared to the 4-2 of SJU. That's on the mainstream. Go take a look at that while we head to a break. It's map 2 of Villa, notably St. John's map pick, when we come back. Southern Illinois University Edwardsville have dropped their opening map, yet they still require just one more map to make it to playoffs. On the other side, St. John's, if they win here and Bryant lose on the mainstream, they'll take that number 1 seed just by round differential. It's all to play for here in the final week of the regular season in the NECC Spring 2022 season. St. John's vying for the second map win. Villa is the map. It's St. John's map pick. No less, I'm Time Delight. She is Light Rose. And into our second map of play. How do you feel about it?
It feels like St. John's has the advantage. That's the thing, is they've chosen the map. They're going off of a close win nonetheless. And it just seems like the stars are kind of coming together for them to possibly come away with the 2-0. And we are going to see an SIU E-Red attacker ban. Shockingly, there is not going to be a no operator ban. So we'll see if the operators tell a story. Usually on Ville, you're going to see kind of the normal bans. We might see a Valkyrie ban, a Mira ban. Kaid, it depends on how the defenders want to use Trophy, if they want to use a Kaid or not, to kind of open up all three of those. So either Valkyrie or Kaid is going to get played. And I want to mention that over on the mainstream, Bryant currently, it does seem like St. Clair are going to go up 6-4 on the first map. So, take that with a grain of salt, as Valkyrie is going to be our final ban. So Kaid is going to be able to slip through.
Notably, that was St. Clair's map pick. So I just want to highlight that super duper quickly. We totally don't have it up on our other screens. Worried a little bit more about that than we are right now, because that map just ended and this one just started. We're a little bit more concerned, at least for St. John's. That has no implications whatsoever for SIU Red. They don't care what goes on the mainstream. They just need to win a map. Their playoff hopes now lie in their own hands. Earlier on, unfortunately enough, Hawkeyes Community College, they dropped their final match of the season, so they are out unless SIUE Red get 2-0'd, and then just by virtue of round differential, it will indeed be taken by Hawkeye Community College, at least that final spot. But at that same rate, SIUE, they need this 2-0, at least the 2-1 for themselves, not the 2-0. I was thinking St. John's for the 2-0. SIUE need the 2-1 just to give themselves a little bit more of a better placement, because St. Clair can still lose that series, and then at that point, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and the operator picks going on forward. We are going to see smoke played. I don't think we saw a singular smoke be played on Bank, which, usually you consider basement site of Bank smoke heaven, because that little cubby area on basement, the archive side, you're able to throw a smoke canister in there and it just covers such a large radius that is considered default, that you want to bring him, but instead he is only going to be relegated to the second map. We'll see if he has any impact.
I think he will. Again, I still think Tachanka's better. No, that's only mostly a joke. It really comes down to if you can play Tachanka better. It comes down to your own play style. If you're a little bit more aggressive, maybe you want to pick up that Tachanka, because if you lose a Tachanka, it's a little bit of a meme pick still. Not massively, but a little bit. And that smoke is always vital later on in rounds for that plant. Now the toxic babes are ever present later on. The yellow smoke is toxic. Don't walk into it. The white smoke / gray smoke, that one won't kill you, but you may die if you stand in it. So, Time Delight's expert opinion, don't stand in smoke.
Already, St. John's, they're being a little forward with their attack. They've gone through Astro, and they're getting ever close to 90. Using their drone smasher is going to be the first one to go on forward. So St. John's setting themselves up for success here. But now the real problem is just going to be trying to get rid of all the defensive utility. The shields, the two shields that are being brought, combined with the Jaeger ADSs and Wamai, is not going to be on the board, so it's just going to be about draining those, throwing the 6 frag grenades that are on the board, combined with the 2 Zofia concussions. If St. John's are not able to clear the shield, then what else will? Soy the Bean is going to try to run for their life, and they're going to take so much damage in the process. There isn't going to be a Thunderbird or a Doc, so they're just going to kind of be stuck at that eternally low HP.
The amount of explosive utility is immaculate here on this attacking side. You also have those 2 Gone 6s, at least as an option for Smasher and Unstoppable if they did decide to use them this time around. Again, it's up to preference. Usually you don't bring regular pistols as either of them. The explosives are always nice to clear ADSs or just do some damage onto people who are unsuspecting. Speaking of unsuspecting, Unstoppable was. He will be the first one to fall. Pineapple Bomb will get the first kill here on Villa. The AUG will indeed reign true around towards that 90 side. Heretic trying to shut down said Moroccan operator, but they failed to do so, and within this final 35 seconds of play, St. John's are a man down. They have the HP advantage, but they're off of that Finca. They lose a lot of explosive utility and a lot of ground because of it.
Frag is going to go out. It's not going to do any damage to anybody, as we are seeing Waffles hold a great position. The angles from SIUE just might absolutely seal the deal, but Warlord finds 2, and that could be absolutely massive. They
Ooh.
find 3, but 10 seconds left. They're going to have to put this diffuser down. It is going to be on the default side, and it's just Waffles. They don't have any plant denial, no C4s, so the diffuser is going to go down. The position is given away, and it seems that St. John's, despite losing the first member, get the diffuser down and find the first round on Villa.
LMG Gobert. That's how you close out the round right there. St. John's will take the opener on their own map pick. This is not a good indication for SIUE Red. This is a must-win map or they're out of playoffs. That's their current situation. St. John's, if they win this map, they need a Bryant 2-0 loss, and they have the #1 seed. Regardless of the Bryant score, they will have a first-round bye if they win 2-0. It's up to what happens for SIUE Red, and actually if they win 2-1, I'm looking at our math done by the ever-present Pachisi, aka Patrick Rees, a very, very cool guy. If SJU win 2-1, they will have the second seed because they beat Purdue Black on round differential. Maps will be dead even, but round differential will be where it's at.
I love just all the different scenarios. So if you're not a college basketball fan, March Madness just ended, and part of what makes that bracket style play so exciting for me is calculating all the type of scenarios that could happen. Who would have the advantage if, one team were to lose, another team were to lose, another team were to win? And this is kind of the same thing. It's just thinking about the potential of what if St. John's just absolutely storms through Villa. How does that fare for their playoff? How does that fare for Bryant, who are currently still 6-5 on Chalet? And, a lot of these matches, I don't know if it's intentional to have these two matches that kind of rely on each other a little bit going synonymous. I would expect it to be a little bit expected, but no matter the less, it is still very exciting to have both of these matches go on at the same time, with St. John's just trying to finish this one out with a very dominant Villa win.
Now, the NECC April Madness is a little bit easier to do in terms of mathematics compared to March Madness. For all of you unfamiliar with the odds on that one, it is a 1 in 9.223 quintillion chance for you to get a perfect bracket if you just flip a coin for every single match. Or the experts have said about a 1 in 120.2 billion chance of you getting it properly if you know a little bit about college basketball. But even if you did, you probably would have picked Kentucky to win, and they didn't. St. Peter's went on a little bit of a Cinderella run, were shut down in the Elite Eight. But I was very happy about it. They're in the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference, which I've been covering.
I was there.
And you were at that LAN?
I was at the St. Peter's Kentucky game.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I would love to see that. But yeah, TLDR, St. Peter's won that game. Back to Rainbow Six Siege though, because I think we've talked about it. March Madness just a little bit too much for a Rainbow Six Siege round. Back
it's April, it's not March.
That's true, but in all fairness, March Madness always ends in April, so see that as you will. It carries over.
The April Madness of NECC. All the scenarios is going to happen one way. Smasher is going to try to use that Rotera. We are still going to see some electrifications occur. We are seeing trying to drain the ADSs, use those frag grenades. The Smasher's just going to aim their sights down this hallway, give their position away, as nobody has taken any damage just yet. Hobo A little risky there. They're trying to do a little bit of a jiggle peek. They could find success, but they could also find a lot of death waiting around them at the corner. There's also a player of St. John's just outside of study. The drone in the window. Warlord had a massive tear last round. They're going to break open this door. It's going to be Heretic who finds the first one, and Hobo is absolutely ready. Warlord is not with that hammer prepared, and 30 seconds left. St. John's still has to try to find a way into the site and get that diffuser down. Warlord is gone. The study side pressure isn't really as much as they want it to be. The flashbang's going on as Hobo finds their second, finds their third, and that could be SIUE's evener. As right now, as we get to 10 seconds, there really isn't a way that St. John's can find their way into the site, and there it is. So we are equal at 1-1 here.
Nice triple from Hobo. Even with full north side control, it just did not look good for this St. John's attack. They didn't have any ground past that, so they were walking into 3 different scenarios of an attack. You walk through that aviator door, you walk through the games door, or you walk through that vault rotate. Any of the 3, it is a meat grinder, notably with bullets penetrating your body multiple times over. It's exactly what we saw. That's exactly how it turned out in the SIUE red favor. They tie us right back up. This is the defensive side of Villa, though, so notably they're usually favored, especially on this defense. St. John's, last time around, started on the attack, made a 3-3 split, and then won 4-2 on their attacking, or on their defending half. So SIUE Red need to take control. They need to do so now.
The cap can being played. St. John's, they have fallen prey to the easily avoidable defensive trap before of the Frost, who is also being played. And the 3 shields as well on the side of SIUE. There's so much that will lend itself to a victory if St. John's doesn't play it at least decently well. They're not bringing 6 frag grenades. They're instead bringing 4, still having those Zofia concussions, but they have more to drain the non-existent ADSs. So you got to be aware of that.
St. John's on their attacking side, with all of that utility you were talking about, again, I think they have enough utility burn to make this a good showing. There isn't that utility denial you were referring to either on that defensive side, which is notably surprising, but they're bringing the Frost Mats to bring it back. Hobo, again on that Frost, last time they played the Frost was back on Bank, and it didn't work out too well for them. The trap ops I love, but again, it's St. John's checking corners, checking their doors, and making sure they look down at their feet. It was much better this time around than it was when we saw the Frost last time when Hobo brought it. Of course, you saw the Frost get a set of ankles. That was a detriment to the St. John's attack. That, of course, was towards the first half of Bank. This attacking side, though, again, they're making good ground, but they're making it a very one-dimensional attack for the second round in a row. Is this going to hurt them yet again?
Sometimes going back to basics is the best option when you can just rely on those defaults. But if you don't perform them to the best of your ability or to the best of the strategy's ability, you might not come away with the success. But Waffles is going to be the first death as Unstoppable finds their first of the map. And now as Hussar finds one, just the LMGs running a tear through this defensive side. We might have to see some sort of play coming out from any member. Hobo is that star that we talked about last round. They went absolutely nuclear, and they find a kill there as Warlord's going to be able to get injured. So we could see a comeback from the defense if Warlord's not going to get res. So Hobo finding their second.
Still a 3 versus 3, though. Dead even in terms of man count. There's a decent bit of utility on this attacking side. First Toxic Babe will go out with a 60-second mark on the clock. It doesn't really matter. Goat Unicorn is dead anyway. The swing around, the 9x9 finds one, and the down as well onto Wing Hussar. Unstoppable pushing through that Toxic Babe, finishes off Gold Unicorn. So into the 2 versus 2, but a theoretical 1 versus 2 as Winged is still down. There's the Think of Stim, though, so they will be picked up from a distance, no less. There may not be info on that retrieval. Unstoppable will not see the Frost through the wall. Soy the Bean on the far side as well, locking down the long angle. They can get this plant down, but they have to make sure it's put in a safe position, and Winged get yet another stim up, should be okay to do so. They'll start that plant, in comes the push, but Unstoppable has to watch 2 different angles. They get on that plant, and they will stick it through all the way it will go, but Soy swings around. It's now a 1 versus 2, this time with Winged in a difficult position. The 2.5 finds 1, needs the quad kill to close it out. Soy is pushing this.
Oh no, and I don't know if Husar's aware where they are. The counter diffuse is gonna start, but the massive rotate comes out, and it's gonna reap benefits. As in the post plant situation, playing ring around the Rosie there, and St. John's are gonna regain the lost lead that they once had. And if we keep at this pace with St. John's just keeping an arm's length away from SIUE, they could come away with an advantage in the victory in the end.
Wrong. Attacking side yet again. St. John's, it wasn't a fully one-dimensional attack like I was hinting at earlier on. They did switch it up to a little bit more of a vertical and horizontal attack from 3 or so different angles. They had that master bedroom push, they had the push from the landing and 90 side, along with the push coming up from below. Overall, it was a good set of pressure from multiple angles that really burst the bubble on that SIUE defensive side. The post plant was proper to say the least. Winged got the opener using the Russian 2.5 to find it, and immediately runs away, albeit very slowly in a crouch walk position, but they crouch walked away relatively quickly as you can, around through that trophy side, in towards the statuary door. The swing was perfect. That's how St. John's regained their lead. Waffles using that bailiff to open up view holes in towards the red hall down below. Last time that cost them, I want to highlight that one super duper quickly. It did. And the Finka found that opener. That may have just been the catalyst to St. John's early success and the reason they could close things out as properly as they did.
Yeah, I mean, just awareness of your surroundings is a very, very important skill to have. It's just not constantly ADSing right every corner, but just knowing when to, where the possible angles could come from the defenders. And I think it's great that Unstoppable was able to find the kill, find the angle, and knowing that there could be just somebody lurking above that red hallway ready to gun them down. And just finding that advantage is very, very good. Granted, St. John's, they haven't won rounds simply from getting the opening kill. A lot of their rounds, especially in last map, we saw SIUE getting those opening kills, I think in about a third, if not more of them. And Pineapple Bomb just runs straight into the enemy as Winged Husar doesn't even have to lift the trigger. They find 2, and that could be big as it could still just lengthen the lead. And the more that St. John's does that, the more that they just look in so tantalizingly close to that 1 seed.
St. John's, again, giving themselves an advantage, and they deserve it. SIUE are not giving up these kills, but they're being taken by the St. John's side. Now, you're stuck in an awkward scenario. Hobo, again, the fragger, still alive, but Gold Unicorn and Waffles, through 3 rounds of play, have a combined singular kill between them, and Gold Unicorn is taking irresponsible fights, to say the least. If you swing this, you will almost certainly die. I'm sorry, that's just a fact, and he doesn't even have to swing. He will fall anyway. Warlord catches him out, and that's just the man advantage now convincingly in the St. John's favor. Smasher will find Waffles. It's Hobo in a 1 versus 5. An ace clutch scenario does a little bit of damage, but past that, there's not much of a hope here for the Canadian. Up, swinging towards those aquarium stairs. It's just not going to happen. Nades thrown in. They're being berated with utility, berated with bullets. This one is over. The knife attempt, it's not successful, but it's really not going to matter in the end of the day. Shotgun brought out. That's just a consolation.
Every single time it seemed like, oh, here's the round ender. No, here's the round ender. Here it is. For some reason, Hobo was able to stay alive so much longer than I thought they would. And it just ending in the bathroom with a shotgun is very humorous to me, that you have this very, very menacing player of Hobo who is really the absolute gunner on the side of SIUE that even they're kind of struggling when St. John's really, when they really come together, they are a team that definitely can be a force to be reckoned with. It's just that overall, they don't find that consistency in a consistent number of rounds. It's just kind of sparse here and there. Overall, in Villa, they have been able to string together those types of rounds, but how much longer is that going to happen? Are we going to go back to a 3-3 scoreline?
I don't think it's going to be 3-3. I think best case scenario here for SIUE is they win this and make it 2-3, and then they have to throw a curveball in order to make it 3-3. They cannot go back to statuary trophy. That'll just cost them the half. It'll be a 4-2 split guaranteed. If they don't win here, then you're looking at a 4-2 split as a best case scenario for them, where they'd have to go library or dining, or back to Aviator Games as a last hope. But again, I think the curveballs have to be played here for SIUE. They cannot just keep pitching fastballs down the middle on the defensive side if we're keeping up with the baseball references, those of course being Aviator Games and Statuary Trophy, because St. John's are well drilled. This is their map pick for a reason. They know what the heck they're doing, and thus far, they're shooting 75% in terms of winning rounds on the primary and secondary sites here on Villa.
And one thing to mention, Bryant did lose Chalet. It was overtime, but 8-6, Bryant has gone down. So I don't think that game is going to end before this one. But I mean, who knows? We could see the comeback happen from SIUE. But if St. John's continues, if Hussar continues the way that they have been with that LMGE, then they could definitely be ending this one right here, right now. And it's just a lot of it comes down to who's gonna be able to find that opener. If St. John's does, it swings the pendulum massively towards their side. And even if they don't find it, they've been able to find rounds losing the opening pick and able to come back. They just have to play a little bit smarter overall.
Waffles back in that same off-angle position we saw back in, what was that, round number 2, where they tried to lock down the long angle and ended up being swung in the other side. In all fairness to St. John's, they didn't have that multi-dimensional attack we've seen in the previous 2 rounds through Statuary and Trophy. Smasher looking to set things up with the Rotera, throwing in the Raspberry Pi and the explosive over top of it, the Raspberry Pi being the UI that is used for all of you non-familiar CS fans out there, that being computer science, not Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike doesn't need to be mentioned here. SIUE, on the defensive side, though, are still in a good position. They still have the Cade Claws set up, and there goes the final one. That will go back towards that vault spot. They do not want to allow St. John's to get into vault. If they do, that could end the round. Hobo in a good spot, misses the opener, tried the one-tap, unsuccessful to say the least, and Warlord now has an extra shot at a life. Nowhere near the cat with 9 lives, but does get a second chance at this one. Gold Unicorn will not, as they will go 0-5 through 5 rounds of play, naded out by Unstoppable, and down goes that smoke early on, only a singular Toxic Babe used.
And Hobo just kind of has to play so much more carefully around these stairs, using the deployable shield, using their own friend Soy the Bean, as that diffuser's gonna go down. Smasher's gonna get taken out, and oh no, go trying to get through the rotate. They are met with a flurry of bullets, and it's only Hobo left against the world once again. In this post-plant situation, a 1v4 ace clutch is not going to happen. And St. John's, it seemed that they have put their foot on the gas pedal and they are starting to run away with it. Time to light.
4-1 for St. John's. Now best case scenario for SIUE Red on this defensive side, no less, of Villa, is a 4-2 split, which by no means is good. I don't want to sugarcoat it. It's not. They can't afford it. If they lose this map, they are out of playoffs. If they win it, they stay in by the hair of their chinny chins. And they're not throwing the curveball. This time, it's just a hanging curveball, a slow pitch down the middle. Are we playing slow pitch softball now? Did I miss a memo? Because SIUE Red are going back to the exact same site. They have now lost 2 out of 3 times they've played it. Why not go kitchen dining? Why not go to the library and living room? What is up with these teams in deciding to go back to a site they can't win?
I think you just overall you have a better chance at winning a site that you know how to somewhat strategize around versus going to something like library where these teams might not know how to strategize. Again, they haven't practiced on it. They don't really know what is brought on it. And so you want to be in that kind of familiar territory. And like you said, overall, I don't think it's really lending itself to SIUE because, like you said, 2 out of these 3 rounds have gone over to St. John's. The difference this time, Waffles on the Clash. Way back on Bank, we saw Waffles playing the Clash, and I welcome it with open arms at this point. It's we might not see a curveball in terms of sights, but I mean that'll do.
For all of you wondering where the heck some of our sound is, we have the fun old mute bug. This is Operation White Noise, as our producer has said. Nice shot, by the way, Zay Show. St. John's, we can't hear a dang thing what they're doing. We can, however, see that they are dominating here in map number 2. Soy the Bean getting aggressive, actually finds one into a stoppable, looking for more, smashes pushing forward, doesn't hit the shot. Stoppable, justifiably so, drops the nice shot. They played a nice little angle in towards that closet, dropping the Finka early on. That's a vital opener. The Finka stims have been a massive part towards this St. John's attack, and Unstoppable himself has gotten the frags to allow them to push through, both with frag grenades and with the LMG itself. St. John's, that's a massive Achilles heel. This could hurt.
Somebody's gonna have to pick up the slack here, and you are gonna be able to spot out the clash, but not really much you can do about it. Warlord's gonna go on the prowl for a non-existent roamer, actually an existent roamer on that first floor. You can see just below that. It's going to be about trying to get into this vault area. Are we going to see some frag grenades from underneath? Warlord, they're trying to get something done with it. Maybe flush out of vault, flush behind bar. And now that Smasher has gone down, we might finally see a cry of hope come out from this defensive side. And we might end on a 4-2 split. But I mean, Warlord has done some very, very crazy things when the chips are stacked against them.
2 versus 5s are not completely out of the question, but 1 versus 5s are much easier said than done. For all of you wondering if I have proof, look at that. I just said it, and Warlord has yet to do it. Hit the shot. Oh, okay. You're supposed to shoot the clash when they're not looking at you, rather than when they have their shield between you and them. Warlord gonna get caught out. Actually finds the first onto Hobo. There's still 45 seconds left. This one's not over just yet, but it's a devil's chance. Just not gonna happen. A first kill. Look at that. They've actually gotten one. On this defensive side, the smoke comes through. Gold Unicorn will go 1-5 through 6 rounds. SIUE 2-4 through those 6 as a whole. The 2-4 split, not the worst thing in the world, but it's certainly not a recipe for success.
Yeah, especially as that defensive side and as St. John's now, they kind of settle into that territory. The OSA of Waffles, we saw that it had a large impact on Bank. Is it going to have the same impact on Villa? Because if you're able to shut down just it kind of lines of sight with those OSA shields going down 90, possibly from red stairs as an attacker, the round feels so much more winnable because you are just kind of pushing the defenders more and more into the site. I think this first round, this first site is going to be very, very impactful on just how the rest of the entire map plays. If St. John's finds a victory here, trophy kind of feels inevitable at that point. But if SIU, they're able to possibly win here, we could see St. John's go to AVG once again, which SIU could win again, depending on how the kind of scenario starts to play out. It's once again just that the scenarios ringing around in your head. What could happen? Who's going to be able to come out on top? And it's going to happen all right now. Rooney, the Wamai, those changes from St. John's could be the difference between victory and defeat.
Notably, the Ayana switched on to by Hobo this time around, looking for yet another fragging operator to play, adding yet another to their repertoire of lethality, especially on the attacking side. We've seen that last time around. They played the Zero and the Ash to the full effectiveness possible, getting a crap ton of kills. Unfortunately, SIUE Red still did not win things out. This needs to be the catalyst to their W overall. They need to win this map. Again, I'm going to say it. It's still vital. They don't win this map, they will not make playoffs. They don't even have to win the series. It's a single map. Notably, it is still St. John's map pick. But I have just gotten some other news. Now that Bryant has lost that map on Chalet, they are not in first place anymore. That goes to Purdue. Regardless of the outcome of that stream or of that match on the main stream, Purdue Black will take first place. Bryant at best have second, but they need to win the series to get it. If they lose that series 0-2 and St. John's win this one 2-0, in that case, St. John's take number one because of round differential over top of Purdue. Welcome to the intricacies of playoffs.
Oh no, there's two on the side of St. John's. Soy is going to be able to find one, but still losing Pineapple and Unicorn is going to hurt. Hobo is still alive. You still have those shields, those Finka boosts, but now that you have lost those Selma charges, you're going to have to find a different way into the site. And this is not a site that you might be able to lose those ace charges, but just still losing a gun is going to be very, very difficult overall. But unstoppable, just able to find the kill between the floorboards of the stairs, and Hobo is going to be gone as Waffles trying to pressure Smasher into landing. They do successfully, but other than that, they're just kind of staring at them at this point.
Hesitation, unfortunately, getting the better of SIUE. Nade's going to go in. It won't bounce as it needed to. In that case, it won't land. An extra attempt will not come through from Soy the Bean, who needs to get something here on the attacking side. It is a 2 versus 4. Again, not completely out of the question, but still extremely difficult. Now it's 1 versus 4. We saw 1 versus 5 last round that didn't come through. I don't see any reason why a 1 versus 4 has any better shot other than, well, that extra singular kill. There is an LMG available. They also do still have 2 Thinkastims and a nade on the board, but no mobile drones, notably for this attacking side. And Smasher is just wielding the pistol. You know, why not? Peek around, they should be seen. They will indeed. Actually don't find the Finka. The Finka swinging, though, onto one, not finding the second, though. The Finka stim just not quick enough. And the Aruni missing the opportunity at fisting the Finka to death. Nonetheless, it's still a St. John's round, 5-2. Now on their defensive side, they'll most likely head to Statuary and Trophy and look to shut SIUE down yet again.
Well, I mentioned that first round was very, very important. And now that we've gone over to Trophy, an Oryx switch is going to be in play. Cali on the offensive side, we could see an attacker repick, but I think trying to find a way from the Kaid, getting around that, because going underneath, you might not be able to find success because just the roam. The SIUE Red hasn't been the best at trying to clear this roam out. The Jackal is off the board. They're not opting to bring a Lion or a Dekebi. Not really anybody anti-roam in general. No Nomad, no Gridlock. So it seems that a direct approach to the site is their only option at this point. So with the Thatcher gone, if Waffle stays on the Cali, I think that indicates that yes, they're going to try to go through Master, clear it, that Electrical out with the Lance, and just kind of work their way out from there.
Cali's always fun to play. You have that one-shot body shot potential. I was actually playing earlier on. I was playing yesterday, actually. I was playing on Border. You know that weird spawn peek that everybody used to do from the Border window across towards the main exterior spawn? That notably people usually bring snipers to try and deal with. Well, I had... What was I doing? I had a Rook on my team, and I was playing as Valkyrie. Spawn peeking, obviously, because I'm a moron, and I like lose. And Cali hits me in the body. I walk away with 3 health. If I didn't have that Rook armor, I would have died. I was like, thank you, Rook, for existing. I would be dead right now if you didn't.
Yeah, make sure you pat your Rooks, because they are very nice. They give you extra HP, and we love that.
And cool
t-shirts.
Also nice.
Yeah, have little sweaters. It's very cool. Sadly, Rook is not really the most important of competitive operators, but with Kaid gone, that means that a C4 is gone. There is no chance of Kaid tricking, and St. John loses an important member of their squad, the highest member who has the most kills, excuse me. And so St. John's are now looking to find a way to equal this one on up.
Yeah, but SIUE Red are not out of the woods just yet. They may be now. Heretic does fall. Smasher looking to push back in. Will hide behind the shield. They should have been droned out by that Twitch drone we saw through that shield. X-ray vision's always nice. Smasher actually finds Pineapple Bomb, who will fall. Down goes the ace. That's a lot of your hard breach off the board, but not all of it. Speaking of that remaining hard breach, Waffles will get that first kill. Smasher pushing through, finds one, finds a second. No, it's unstoppable to find the second, but it's still a 2 versus 2. Regardless of who found the kill, it's found either way into the 2 versus 2. Hobo is sitting on the trophy site. Now back into trophy entrance, does down Smasher, and Unstoppable is left alone as the Jaeger to put St. John's on match point. It's just not going to happen. SIUE Red will bring just a singular round back. Baby steps here for the Illinois school.
Yeah, they haven't really put a deafening amount of rounds in between the two schools, because 2 to 5, you're at the tipping point between winnable, what feels like winnable, and what feels like not winnable. And now that SIUE have found that 3 to 5 score line, they might continue to work off of that. But going back to the same site, it's a little bit of a toss up. Yes, you just lost it, so you have the chance to adapt and think what you could change, but then you also just lost that site. So going back, you risk the chance that the exact same type of plays could play out, and SIU Red are suddenly at a 4-5, which St. John's do not want to lose this lead that they have, possibly lose the map, and then from then on you just start to tumble. You don't want to risk that at all. So playing it safe might be their best option, especially wanting to make sure that Winged Hussar stays alive and is not the first death.
5 seconds remaining.
I usually like to stay alive when I play Rainbow Six. I think Winged Hussar would agree, if I do say so myself, especially playing the Cade. The C4s are usually nice later on. SIUE Red want to make sure that doesn't happen. Notably, some fraggers on this Southern Illinois Edwardsville side. It's Hobo. Fragger singular. Soy the Bean has been hitting a couple shots here and there. Nice opener in the previous round. But past that, it's really been a Hobo who has been popping off both in the last round and in a few rounds prior to that, and the entirety of last map. Double-digit kills, notably enough, through 12 rounds of play, at least over a 1 KPR. St. John's, on the other hand, they have a few notable fraggers. Warlord and Unstoppable have been unstoppable, while Winged Hussar has been popping off through and through. Warlord was good consistently throughout the previous map. They got kills over time rather than Unstoppable, who was really only prevalent on that attack. That seems to be the case yet again here. Can they turn that around as we possibly close out Villa?
I think the stairs have been such a power play. Last time we saw Unstoppable on this site, and that was kind of the difference between almost victory and defeat, was just this area of Astro not being able to get through that SIUE. They were able to kind of work their way around, able to use Hobo, who's in the other site, as a different type of angle, but they seem to be in a little bit of the same situation as Gold Unicorn. I think got caught in a that is a Frostmat. The Finka will not be able to revive them, as Warlord, the pixeliest of peaks right there, and that takes out the top fragger, gets refragged. Heretic is gone, but luckily Gold Unicorn is ready to fight once again.
Gold Unicorn back into this one. Nade should go over top here. This should land and take out the Cade Claw. Does it? No, it actually misses. That will not remove the Electro Claw on that wall. Soy trying to peek around towards the Astro stairs. The C4 misses, notably enough, but it really is not going to matter. Smasher will take out Pineapple Bomb's head, but Soy turns it right back. A 2 versus 3. Soy tries to lock down this bathroom angle, though. They need to stay alive. They cannot force Waffles into a 1 versus 3. That may just be the detriment that shuts down the Edwardsville side, but they're still in this one, as is Soy the Bean. There's still 3 players well and truly alive here on the St. John's half.
I was saying there because I thought that the C4 was actually going to pressure Soy directly into the frost mat of bathroom.
Oh,
It was very,
Okay.
very sneaky. They were about inches away from not getting caught in it. And luckily, they're still able to fight, because if they do not find victory here, they will be on match point. One member left. Waffles, only 3 seconds, and they're not going to be able to find the kills needed to win the round, as St. John gets to map and match point. And it's just about where we're headed for this final site. Nice little pistol kill. And St. John's could possibly walk away with a 2-0 and potentially first place and the bye going into playoffs.
Potentials being what they are, this would at least guarantee St. John's the win over top of Purdue. If they go 2-0 here, I think that's the most important part. And with map differentials being what they are, they would go up to an 8 map diff. That's the most important part. That would put them over top of Bryant because of the fact that Bryant lost map 1. So at this point, where we currently stand, St. John's win this, they're first place. I did some quick mental math. If they win this, they're first place. They've already beaten Purdue Black, assuming they win 2-0, of course. And they'll beat Bryant because of the map differential being in their favor and the round differential overshadowing them. That would put them on top. That would put them in first place. Notably, today, they started in 4th. I just want to highlight that really quick for everybody. They were a single map behind BGSU Esports Orange or Bowling Green State University Esports Orange, a full match behind Purdue, and another full match behind Bryant because Bryant was 5-1. Standings are a wonderful thing. You love to see a team make a comeback, even later on in the season. Final weeks can turn full tides. Bryant may go from 1st to 3rd and be out of that playoff bye position.
Currently in the mainstream, that Bryant game, St. Clair is up 2-1 over Bryant on Coastline. So going into round 4, we'll see how that game starts to play out. But, we might be close to kind of putting the bookend on this one, as St. John's, if, they find success on AVG, they did win it previously. That first round of their defensive side, they had found success on it, and all they need is that one more. The opening kill, I think, could define how this round goes. So Smasher over by that statuary side, Warlord in landing, are kind of where we're keeping our eyes on this one. They could be the game makers, as Warlord looks to possibly find an engagement. Gold Unicorn going on up. They are doing a little better than they were on the defensive side. They find 100% more kills, finding 2 over 1. We take those.
Stats and stonks. Stonks memes still exist, by the way. You can't escape them. No getting away from the terrible memes for you. Both you being Light Rose and you being the viewers as well. SIUE Red need to escape a round loss. Warlord's trying to get aggressive with a castle barricade broken. That's going to be a difficult position. He just swings. And he's dead. Gold Unicorn will shut that down. No kill for you, my friend. There's still 3 Finka stims available, so as long as Gold Unicorn is alive for the continuation of all 3 of them, they can get up past that full HP margin. Is it past or up to? Because they have, is it 30 HP per stim or 20?
I actually do not. I believe it is 20 per stim. So I
Look it up
mean,
to a round.
overall, yeah, 60 HP. And overall, it is still a good amount of HP. It might help you survive 1 bullet depending on things. I mean, you look at Frost, and she doesn't have the best SMG in the game, the AUG. These high damage guns, or high rate of fire, lower damage guns, you might be able to survive 1 more. So it takes a little bit of a bullet to the foot. They're going to take a little bit of HP. Is that castle barricade, they're going to have to take the time to punch it out. And that might mean the difference when it comes down to trying to get that diffuser down. Hussar's still going to be able to survive. They're going to throw a C4 out, and it's going to be able to take out Gold Unicorn, and they get away from the Rotero drone. So now we are at a 4-4, and if Hussar is able to swing and find 1 more, it is absolutely a pot of gold going into the 15 seconds.
Final 15, here comes a push from St. John's. It's very one-dimensional. They're pushing through 3 different entryways, all very small. It's over. That's it. what a better way to end it. Straight into the frost mat goes the finger to close this one out. That'll do it. The ankles have been caught. The shins have been splinted. St. John's will take the 2-0 finish, and they sweep it here in the final match of the regular season.
Well, that feels very good. Ending up on a 7-3 off of what it was previously a 7-5. You got to feel good. You are going to end up probably as the number 1 seed if, your math checks out.
I got it.
Even if Brian doesn't find a victory here, that means that they will be just those top dogs. Brian being Bulldogs, they will not be the top dogs, unfortunately. But with that ending up, St. John's could just propel themselves all the way up to a very leisurely playoff run, depending on how things kind of end up in those lower seeds.
Speaking of lower seeds, unfortunately, you have to feel bad just a little bit. SIUE is out of the playoff contention. Round differential has caught the better of them. Map differentials were dead even. The O2 has cost them their playoffs. But a little bit more of a positive note to take from this. If St. Clair win either of the final 2 maps on the mainstream, it's St. John's taking first place. Purdue will have second or third, depending on that one. But St. John's have guaranteed themselves second. If Bryant lose, Bryant go down to third because of map and round differentials. You love tiebreakers. You really do love them. It will be, as I look at my stats, if Bryant lose, it'll be 4 different teams on 5 and 2, with St. Clair just behind on 4 and 3. If Bryant win, they'll be up at 6 and 1. It'll be second place for St. John's, third for Purdue, fourth for Bowling Green State, and fifth, unfortunately, for St. Clair. They are not moving. St. Clair stay. SIU drop 1, and Hawkeye Community College go up 1 because of the map and round differential. There's your playoff picture. That's exactly what you're looking for. Villa just doesn't go SIUE's way, and they will drop out of the playoffs.
I think all of that just kind of shows you that it's not just the victories and the losses that count. It's how all of those come together. If you are able to string together some victories and all your losses are extremely close, you could still end up in the playoffs and able to go far. But unfortunately, when you've got these very one-sided maps, one-sided matches, you end up not making playoffs due to that round differential. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how the deck was given. It's kind of how the cards were dealt. So, but that is going to be it for us, Time to Light, in the regular season. NECC Rainbow Six is gone, at least on the B stream.
Yeah, we're done for the time being, but the A stream is not done, nor is the NECC for this season. You do still have Overwatch and League of Legends for the week, and you still have playoffs for all 5 covered games here in the NECC. Don't miss out on any of it. If you want to finish watching that St. Clair and Bryant game, go to twitch.tv/NECC_esports. Catch the end of that one or the penultimate map of it, depending on the result there on Coast. That's it for us. I've been Time to Light. That has been Light Rose. We've had Zay Show running the production and Owen running the amazing cams, making sure you guys got all the awesome angles. They've been awesome. You have been as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time.